Ladies and gentlemen, from parts unknown, we have an interracial, intermingled, intersexual group of Caucasian men and wife beaters and black men of questionable melanin. Put your hands together, make some noise for Guns and Butter!
Whether you're chasing the bag or just trying to be a man, get ready to have your wallets, your mind, and your views on life challenged with Reckless Ray De Niro.
What's good, everybody? It's your boy Reckless Ray De Niro, and we are back with another episode. Guns and Butter. I kicked myself off the screen. It's been a little bit of a little bit of a week. It's been real dreary here in KC. Real British, if you would. It's been foggy, cold, and rainy. And I haven't liked any of it. Those are literally all not my fun things, because old Ray Bear needs the sun to warm up. So I've just been in a perpetual state of freezing the entire week. And I've also been tired. Weather like this makes me want to hibernate. I got all my workouts in except for this morning, which I'm intending on making up tomorrow morning now, because we have some mandatory overtime that we're going to have to go through because we didn't get projects done because there was just too much stuff to get done. So we've got another day ahead of us, which is another opportunity to make up for today's failure. But tonight, hold up, let me get my comments up here. Oh, hey, hold up. We get to start the show at the beginning of the show. Shoutouts to Natasha Vincent.
And now the show can officially begin with Natasha Vincent, the #1 moderator on the internet, currently in the chat.
tan and young and lovely, the girlfriend.
It's been a background in my rant about how dreary this week has been. Shout out to Natasha Vincent, one of my favorite people on the planet and on these YouTube streets. Dreary week in the market. Not things don't always go your way all the time, people. It's an important concept to understand. It's really weird being, oh snap, Tez Defy. Oh, we Tez is here. We about to jump into it. I'm gonna be dropping the link super early because I just want to have a conversation because I don't normally get, especially at the beginning of the year, I really don't get into that much content except for when I'm doing my thumbs. And like there's like a small window in the evening between when I get home and I start doing my unwind process, like after, like while I'm cooking, because like after I'm cooking, I'll sit down. Normally I'm a nerd, so I'll throw some anime on or something that I can kind of zone out to while I eat. And then it's like back into it. And that's like my kind of my transition into my content creation space. Kind of helps me clear my brain before I record. And so I'll listen to some content during that time period. But during the month of January, I'm trying to cram through as many of my 10 annual books as possible. So this year, with the workload that we've had and me having to been training, so I can't have my earphones in all day at work, I'm going to probably get through 5. I'm rounding out 5 now. I think next week I'll have enough time. If I'm really on it, next week I should be able to get another one completed. Maybe. So maybe 6, which is not bad. 60% isn't bad. Normally I get through all 10, but normally I'm not training and I get to work by myself most of the time. So I don't have to talk to anybody. That's not the case this year, but we're making do. I'm just having to pick the ones that are the most important, in my opinion, to me, that I feel like I need to hear. And we're cranking through them because that's what you do. You got to have ideas in, ideas out. But I'm not taking in too much content during the beginning of this year. But with everything that's going on in crypto, I am getting my news in the morning. And then on the way home, I'm picking out some people that I like listening to, such as Tez Defy, the channel over on 5100. Great show. Normally have good topics. I enjoy listening to them on the way home. Sometimes, like, it's one of the channels that I tap in on if I can catch them live. And it seems like it almost seems as though 2024 is just going to be one of those years where you see a lot of dudes get into their feminine energy. Like, I can already see it. It's the beginning. Like, we ain't even a full 30 days in. Everybody's crying. Everybody's falling out. Everybody's screaming on the internet already. And I'm really starting to think that everyone who is attempting to live here is starting to get lost in their own sauce. Like, it's wild. Like, you can see that people are ramping up. They're going on tours. They want to be on everybody's panel, like giving their opinions. They're all over the place, just doing the Chitlin circuit, if you would. And it's not, and it seems like everyone's whining. Like, I'm not gonna lie. It just sounds like people are whining. Like, people are sitting in their nice warm rooms, in their little box on these panels, whining. I'm just hearing a lot of whining. I don't hear solutions. Everybody wants to pontificate, and they're pontificating about the same stuff that we were talking about last year, that they were probably talking about the year before that, and arguing about the same stuff with no forward progress, just trying to stay relevant in the algorithm because they live here, obviously, but just not really too much of any type of forward momentum. And even some of the channels that I like, none of this seems solutions based. Like, it's all just screaming into the ether, or should I say crying into the ether, and just throwing some stuff out there, no solution, walk away. There's like it almost seems like these people don't, and I'm like, is the money that good and just incessantly whining about everything? Is it that good? Is that what people want at this point? Like, have we as a society broken down to the point to where we're just going to just collectively just have a collective cry for 12 months? Is that what we're going to do? It doesn't sound productive. And it's across the board. It is across the board. Like, everyone's complaining. And then Bitcoin didn't go the way that everybody thought it was going to go after the ETF, as though because the ETF passed that institutions were going to try to pay more for Bitcoin as opposed to doing what is still technically legal, since we're in a gray area, and driving the price down so that they could buy as much as they could for a lower entry point. Are we still acting like we can control other people? Are we still trying to get rich tomorrow and then whining about it? Because people are definitely whining, and it's just not productive. I'm just like, how are we winning? How are we setting ourselves up for success if we're, what's going on? What's going on? TBE trucking in the building. How are we setting ourselves up for success if we're all out here collectively complaining about everything, positing no solutions, making no forward motion, and then making it sound like you're the consummate victim? There's so many consummate victims out here in these YouTube streets. They're just everything that happens, it's happening to them. And at what point do you take some agency in this? At what point do you take control? Like, I mean, if everything's just constantly been happening to you since you've existed, and you're just out here just perpetually losing, perpetually having the most intellectual reason why you're not productive, or why you don't feel like you should have to be productive. Like, if you're that smart, why are you broke? Why are you losing? Why are you losing perpetually? Why is everything happening to you? If you're the most intellectual person in these YouTube streets and you're the smartest person on the planet, how are you losing? Is the world that messed up that the one smart person is just getting dogpiled on, and it's just all of our fault? Like, we're all attacking you. It just seems it's such a pathetic story to continue to perpetuate, especially about yourself. Like, there's no honor in being weak. There's no honor in being pathetic as a man. It's not cute when a man's a damsel in distress. It's just not. And there's no set amount of argument, because at the end of the day, the reality of the situation is we are men. No one cares. No one cares about your excuse. No one cares about your sob story. Nobody gives a shit. No one does. Is it right? Probably not. I don't know. It's the only reality that I've ever lived in. But the reality of it is nobody cares. So once we have a baseline of no one cares, that's where we're at. Baseline. You're a man. No one gives a shit. Okay? The only other option you have is to do something about it. Like, you're just going to sit there and continue to cry about the same thing that you were bitching about last year, the same thing that you were bitching about the year before that. Falling out with people, falling out with imaginary people. How do we fall out online, bro? How do we do this? How? This is fantasy land. Just throwing it out here. This is just my 2 cents. This is fantasy land. It is literally impossible for me to fall out with somebody in a figment of my imagination unless I done built a relationship and we done broke bread and had drinks together. Y'all falling out and pretend. Unreal. It is unreal to me that this is the way we carry ourselves. And this is the reason that when y'all be debating online, it comes down to everybody says, oh, well, it's just talking points, because for most of you, it is because of the way you carry yourselves. It is just talking points because you can see in the actions, like how y'all having heated arguments and screaming at each other in a pretend medium. That's literally the equivalent of getting on your Xbox, getting on Call of Duty, and screaming at children, which I know most of you do. I haven't played. I got an Xbox. My project manager's been trying to buy off me for forever because I've turned it on 2 times since I've had it. Twice. I don't have time. I do not have time. And you know, I the way that I look at things, I give everybody all the benefit of the doubt until it's not. And like, then I don't have to have a falling out with people on the internet. You just remove yourself from them. You remove yourself from them. But the stuff that I've been seeing in the short is, we ain't even 30, we ain't 25, we 25 days in, 25 days into 2024. And the stuff that I've been seeing is a lack of forward progress, perpetuation of continual victimhood, which I don't even know what you get out of that at this point. If you're the victim in every story that you tell and everything always happens to you, and you just out here just perpetually losing, what do you get from that? Like, is there some sort of dopamine hit that people get from being so pathetic that everyone feels sorry for you? Or convincing people to feel sorry for you? Because it's not everybody, because I don't give a shit. I don't feel sorry for nobody. We all on the internet, we all sitting out here pontificating. If you got time to sit up here on Fight Club, and sit up here with Anton Daniels, sit up here screaming at people on the internet, you got time to research how to fix your damn situation. All the information that we need, we sitting in it. Look at how you're choosing to use your time. Is there any bit, like, what do people get out of that? What do people get out of doing the bare minimum and struggling and complaining about the struggle and not improving it? I don't understand. I do not understand. And like, when I first got into this whole internet space, I understood that from working in a mental health background, that there are some people on here that definitely 100%, I agree, have mental health issues. But they've made these little fiefdoms here where they get to LARP out their trauma and their issues in these spaces, and then they want to be the little, they're like little Führers. They want to be the little king of the empire on the internet. To what end? Where's the forward momentum? Because like, eventually, like, as many spaces as we have here where you can get game, you can get information, you can have forward progress, like, there's people that just want to be on here to argue, and that's all they want to do. They're not showing, they're not giving game, they're not sitting at the feet of giants getting game. They just want to be out here to be perceived as right. And my question that I have to posit to that is, what does it matter if you write at the bottom of a system? Okay, you're right. Be right. You're also be indefinitely poor. Also be not able to navigate. Like, what does it matter? You're the smartest person on YouTube. Great. What did you get? Where's the prize for that? What we don't live in a society where obviously the smart people, the smartest people apparently, are winning. So what game are we playing? Like, have we shifted it to a micro game so that you can just be the winner, so that you can be the winner at something? Is that what we're doing? Because if it is, like, that's dope, I guess. Like, I mean, I don't know. That sounds like a shitty game to me. I'd rather be dumb and have money, personally. Because I'm dumb as hell. And I'll be the first person to admit it. I'm flat dumb. But I know how money works. And I know how to not be at the bottom of a system. I also know how to identify the game that's being played around me and get in that game, as opposed to making some game so that I can feel like I'm better than everybody else. The actual game with actual points, actual measurable metrics. In doing so, you start realizing that, like, if you're going to put yourself out there as somebody who helps people, we all have to start carrying ourselves better, to a higher standard. Like, better yet, don't carry yourselves to a higher standard. Carry yourselves to the standard of what you say in these stupid boxes. How about that? Try to be the person you pretend to be in these boxes. Be that guy. Be those guys. Why are we continually, and we do this every year since I've been on, actually, it's not even every year. This is what happens when y'all stop getting views. Let's keep it a beam. When the views start slowing down, y'all start making these catastrophic, all over the internet arguments where everything's just the worst thing ever. And I know I'm probably screwing up the money, but this is just so stupid. And it's so stupid that people buy into this shit. But people watch it. There's a lot of money in the drama, in the beef. When Team Fatty's going to war with people and y'all naming names, now they're jumping around and everybody goes to everybody else's channel to see what they had to say about it, to see if they're going to respond, to see if they're responding right now. And it's dumb. It's low-level, stupid content. And I'm going to say it. It's dumb. It's just dumb. It's not moving anything forward. Yo, we got 18 reviews to an argument that happened 3 days ago. There are 18 different reviews. Everybody's got to get their 2 cents in, and then they doing reviews on the review that was done on the review. That's where we're at. And I get it. I got a boring channel. I do. I got my 360 people, and I got my 10 people on the Wolfpack that shows up to chop it up with me on Guns and Butter. I understand. But if you go through my catalog of content, the only time there's BS on my channel is on Guns and Butter when we chopping it up over here, because it's a space for it. And generally within those shows, there's gems. And so, like, you have the content creators who blatantly are trying to do stuff, and then you have people who just get on here and they put out fluff. And then they go out and they go around and they show up and they go troll panels, they troll shows, they fall out with everybody. And I'm just like, I just don't understand what the intent is. I just don't get it. I don't get it at this point, because it's like, it's almost like that level of toxicity is spilled over to, like, people that I respect. And I'm like, actually, hold up. Let me make sure to drop the fucking link too, because I'll forget and I'll just talk for 3 hours and go to bed. Hold on. Oh, God. Boom. Okay. So drop the link for y'all. But so if you want to come up, we can talk. But I just don't understand. I don't understand, like, where we're supposed to be going with this, because everybody apparently wants to help people. But I only see, like, I literally, who Tez and Pookie Hybrid, they consistently putting out content that's telling their story and trying to help people. I see them doing it. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? We just going to be on here and argue? We're going to be on here and say that we're the smartest person ever? like if you're the smartest person, if we all the smartest people ever, then prove it. Prove it. Like, we have things we can compete at. Like, we can put forth effort. I just don't understand the benefits of continuing to perpetuate this victim mentality. We still talking about racism. We're still talking about it. 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 The man is not coming and taking your shit. We're taking our own shit at this point. The man is not coming into your neighborhood and doing you harm under normal circumstances. We're doing that to ourselves. The man is not making you get on YouTube and going to find the next fight club to scream at your peoples online. And it's not even screaming at your peoples. These are people who are supposedly friends. These are people you talk to all the time. Y'all been on here longer than I have. Like, I wasn't on here over COVID. I was working. So, and I'm still working. I just found I like listening to books and podcasts, and like I wandered into this space, and apparently everyone who was here over COVID was just here over COVID, screaming at each other on Fight Club all weekend. And here we are, still screaming at each other, and Fight Club ain't even there no more. And we just got different Fight Clubs, and that's apparently all we can do. And I just want to, I'm just wondering when we are going to break out of these shackles of whatever this is, whatever this mentality, whatever this ideology is. Oh, definitely Tez. Whatever this ideology is that we're doom looping in. Like, I understand stuff is bad, but it's like, it can't be all bad all the time. You can't be the victim all the time. You can't just only talk about you getting done wrong all the time. Where are the wins? Where are the wins? You got to win sometime. Like, can't we grasp onto something? Like, you put your shoe on right today and you tied it, and man, that knot was nice. Can't we build on that? Can't we build on that? Like, it just seems like some of these people just wake up, stub their toe, run into the wall, turn on the water. There ain't no hot water. Got to take a cold shower, scream the whole time, got out the shower. The girl slapped him, went outside, apparently got arrested by the cops, missed the bus, lost their job, came home, house was on fire, and now you ain't got no clothes. Like, it just sounds like the worst existence ever. Like, the worst. And I can't get with it. I'm like, I've had a terrible week this week, and it wasn't all bad. Like, Jesus. Like, you're at home. Like, how is it all bad when you at home most of the time? Like, come on, bro. like I just can't. I can't get with it. Like, I've never been able to wrap my head around that mentality, period. Like, it's weird to me. It doesn't make logical sense. And the reason it doesn't make logical sense is because at the end of the day, it's not productive. Listing off all the excuses and all the reasons and all the macro and micro reasons, and this happened back in the day that I read about, and I looked at the sources, and now I'm triggered about racism that I ain't experienced. Like, okay. But what's your actual excuse for you personally in your daily life that doesn't roll back to your decisions? Period. That doesn't roll back to your choices. How is it not something, even in the scenarios, like, unless you just like randomly woke up and there was a Klan rally around you and you then found your way into a tree? How is anything in anyone's life that we sit out here and we regularly see these people want to get up on panels and debate about, how do they not roll back to their individual choices that led up to an outcome? That's my question. Because I know because like the one place that I'll 100% agree that racism definitely does still exist is in the judicial system. But you got to voluntarily go up in that shit. To be honest, choices lead you into those positions. Natasha, you 100% right. Napping into it, fell asleep at the wrong spot. Like that's the only hypothetical scenario that I could think of where you just be like, oh, racism got me. Like, it's just like, I don't know. Outside of the judicial system, but if you're in the judicial system, something transpired to get you there. Decisions were made to get you there, to experience the racism. So still, that's the one place that we should not be trying to get equity and inclusion and representation. We should not be there. We should be doing like everybody else that comes to this country that shares our skin tone. They go, we don't play with that. We not trying to end up in front of a judge or arrested or in front of a cop. We don't want to be having them conversations. We avoid that at all costs. That's what other cultures do. We the only ones who talking about we want to go to jail, but like let us go to jail less. Like it's probably not going to happen for a while. We got a whole lot of judges that just got to get up out of there first. And even then, we should be trying not to be experiencing that part of this system, period. And so if things roll back to decisions, then the whole premise of this show, the loser mentality, the victimhood mindset, rolls back to an inability to go, I made these decisions, that's my fault. It rolls back to a lack of accountability, in my opinion. Because if you got to go find an excuse, it's never I fucked up. It's, well, I did this, but the man, the system, this, like, you could have just stopped it. I fucked up. That's also an option. We can do that too. And the thing that you rob yourself of when you go down that path, when we want to sit there and we want to sit in racism, we want to sit in the victimhood, we want to sit in the everybody's out to get me. Like, that's okay, fine. Everyone's out to get you. Great. What do you do with that? You just continue to be a victim. You rob yourself of any agency or any ability to fix your situation. I don't think I can fix the situation and the experience of every black person on the planet. Don't think I can do that. Actually, I know for a fact that I can't. I cannot do that. But I can take accountability for all of my actions and fix my situation. And therefore put myself in a position to be able to mentor somebody else and maybe help them not make some mistakes that even me personally that I've made. And they can have a better situation than what I've had. We could do that. We could not get triggered. You could be able to read something historically and understand what has happened and not become what has happened. What happened to people who you never saw that were dead before you were born is not your experience, your lived experience. You can, but you shouldn't absorb that trauma and live it as your gospel, because those people that had all that bad stuff happen to them 100% did. And they had it happen to them and went through it and kept reproducing so that you could have this far forward where you can do anything that you want so that you could succeed, not so that you could go, look at what happened to my ancestors. I'm going to be a loser now. And it's that person. It's because of what happened to them. You know how terrible that is, for how disrespectful it is. Honestly, it's honestly, if you think about it, like, let's think about this for a second. It is flat out disrespectful to everyone who actually experienced racism for you who sits around, most likely eating Funyuns, you got stuff in your belly button, and you on panels arguing and beating off the girls that are on the panels probably because you can't have them, to sit here and say that the reason you do that and that you're not successful and that you would prefer to beat off to the girls on the panel and have Funyuns in your belly button versus going to the gym, having a non-dysgenic body, and, you know, going out, touching grass, meeting women, having good relationships and being healthy and like winning at life and having money and going and doing stuff, is because of what happened to them while they were struggling through what happened to them to make you to be able to do whatever you want to do, and then you choose to be a loser. That is disrespectful. That is disrespectful, because if they would have known that they were going to create a you and like that was the end result of what they were doing, they would have just laid down and died. Most likely. Because I'll tell you what, if that was me, I'd be like, I'm not doing this for this. I'm not doing this to create, this is my legacy. To have an ungrateful, selfish, self-centered, first world problem having little ingrate be out here in the world while I'm getting whipped and forced to do free labor and shit, and this motherfucker gets to sit at home and collect money for that everybody else pays for and then sleep all day. Oh, hell, and complain about the racism that's happening to me right now, bro. I would have laid down in one of them fields, ate dirt until I was gone. Like, what's going on? Wife school in the building. Hold on. Let me jump over into the YouTube and pin that link to the top of the chat. You know, it's really hard for me to talk and do stuff. See, that's how dumb I am. I can't even do two things at once. Like, I'm terrible at conversing while I'm trying to get stuff. Oh, see, there we go. And I didn't have the YouTube muted. This is the world that I live in, y'all. Like, it's not easy out here for me. Like, I'm telling you, don't understand. But the one thing that I will definitely, the hill that I'll die on this is having a loser mentality and being a perpetual victim. And I don't like it from anybody. I especially detest it from men. But I will say specifically as a black man, no, not acceptable. Like, it's just not. It's blatant disrespect. Because the people that you're going and attaching your trauma to, that your struggle that you're grafting onto, literally did that with the intent of going, yep, somebody's going to not have to do this. And then you read about it and then become a loser. Like, it's just crazy. And they're just like, you mean that you just chose to lay down because you read about what happened to me when I went through this so that you could read about it and be galvanized to be a better version of yourself. And now you gonna just lay down because you read something? What's going on? Cody is king in the building. How we doing, brother? It's unreal. And I think that's part of the reason that it makes me so upset. I think that's a good part of the reason. It doesn't bode well for me. Like, I don't like it. It doesn't, because it doesn't make sense. Like, it just doesn't make sense at all. And we don't, shout outs to my people over on Rumble. I see you guys over there. But yeah, it doesn't make sense. There's no reason for it. And again, I'll err back to, it's also not productive. So, like, even if I'm crazy and wrong, I would say that the person who is not running around sad every day with his tail tucked between his legs, just constantly getting beat on by life, is more productive than the person who's sitting there talking about, I'm upset, we was kangs, and everybody in the country done stuff to me. Like, it's insane. It is insane to me. Like, and the thing is, there's so many people. Well, actually, I don't even think that there's so many people anymore. I think that this is what the media is doing to seed this. And it's the reason that I tell people all the time, what's going on, Will Crypto? How are we doing, brother? Yo, I actually need to email you about that bridge for Pulse Chain because I used it and I got some critiques because it works one way, it don't work well the other way. So I'll shoot you an email. But yeah, it's just it doesn't. It's not going to move us any further forward than where we're at. That's the reality of the situation because we're where we're at based on the logic train that came from people who wanted to pass down their generational trauma to their children and have their children absorb that trauma and then go out into the world and not succeed because they had some thoughts and opinions about their history. That's not to say that we shouldn't know the history, but there has to be a certain point where we can talk about it because like now we can't even have a conversation about what's going on with us without, because you got one side of it, which is like the more conservative leaning side where they'll just be like, you're complaining. And that because they want to just shut the conversation down completely, which isn't useful. But then you also have the other side of the argument where they are just complaining and they have absorbed this and like now it's an excuse for how they navigate the world. Oh, snaps, coming to the show, my homie Tez. What up, Tez? How you doing, brother?
Ray, what's going on, bro?
Man, you know, I watched your show and it fucked my whole week up.
I'm sorry to do that to you, man. My
Yeah,
bad.
I was like sitting there the whole time. I was like, this is not how this is going. This is not how this is going.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and I had to record, so I couldn't come up there because I really wanted to come up there and just start screaming at people. But I was like, I'm not going to ruin this show. But like, it's just,
Ray,
I
look, it took everything in me not to start screaming, bro. And like I said, man, I think me and CJ did the best that we could with it.
yeah,
But even now, it's almost like it wasn't a good time. Like it wasn't like there was something we was excited to do. It's just like you said, man. It's having a loser's mentality, bro. And
yeah,
man, I talk about this a lot. I struggle with discipline and working on myself a lot, but I don't sit around and complain about it all day either. So,
yeah,
like I said, accountability without work is just talk at this point. So,
yeah,
like I said in the podcast, you know, if the monster is there, defeating it is better than knowing that it's in your closet. So it's like, hey, if you know something going on, just fix it or at least try. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man, you 100 like Ray. That's why I say I was just in the chat agreeing with you, and I definitely wanted to come up. I ain't gonna stay up long, but I definitely wanted to come up.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's like the way that I've dealt with this since I've been in these online spaces. Like I tell people straight up, I'm like, okay, well, like if you're choosing to be dead, then like you be dead by yourself. Like, don't be out here trying to get as many people to join your little Kool-Aid cult as you can, because like you're no longer contributing. You know what I'm saying? Like you're not helping anyone. You're actually like what you're doing is putting out there more of your specific trauma. You're actively ruining people because people watch this shit. And that's the reason I take everything that I say. And I can tell you the exact day that I realized this, because I was over on Black Man Unfiltered's channel, and we had a dude who came up after the show and was like, you know, like what you guys was talking about, like the way you broke this down, what you guys were saying, like really spoke to me. Like I was planning on deleting myself. And he was an older gentleman. He was much older than me, and he cried. And I was like, holy shit, like I've got to meter what I say on here.
Yep.
It matters. Like it does matter. People are watching this. People are watching you all. People are watching all of us. Like at some point, like you're putting things out permanently into the ether of the internet that technically, if somebody wants to clip it, never goes away.
Yep.
And you want to put out that you as a man are weak. What benefit is that? You take over the world now. Now you're gonna have clips come back from after you done conquered the planet, being like, dude, this dude's a weak ass bitch. Like, come on, man. We need to revolt today. Like, and now you only got to rule the planet for like 2 weeks because they was like, man, check this video. This dude's sad. Like, come on, bro. Like, your family, your lineage, your grandkids, your great grandkids will see this. You should assume they're going to see this. And that's the message that you're sending. So that no matter what you accomplish from this point forward, they'll be like, oh, so this dude almost just didn't want to do this and just laid down and gave up. I'm going to lay down and give up too. I come from quitters. Like, what?
Look,
it just seems harmful to me. And I find it that's the upsetting part, is that I know that people watch this, and like I know the potential effects that you can have. And so like if I can have that effect in a good way, I know that goes the other way.
Yes,
now,
sir.
Once I experience it, I'm like, okay, so this dude was about to go do something horrible to himself. That means that like this could have gone the other way too. You know?
Yeah.
And that's the last thing they saw.
Yeah. And Ray, that's the disheartening thing. Like, it's like, I guess the reason why I'm so passionate about it is because, like you said, bro, when I got into the space, it helped me a lot. Now, I ain't sitting up here saying that I agree with everything that they said, but it was certain parts that I was like, man, I never knew this about women, or I ever knew this about life. And it's like, okay, I'm learning something. But like you said, it's a flip side to that coin, where it's like you got guys that can't stand women just because of what other people talked about. They ain't even had that experience.
Yep.
And it's like, bro, like you said, go outside and touch grass. And we don't say that in like a disrespectful way, because it was a point in time I wasn't touching grass. But once I got outside, it was hard to get me back in the house.
Right. Right.
So it's just, man, I don't mind people talking about their experiences, but bro, like you said, that's gonna last forever on the internet. That's why me and CJ said, if we have to disconnect ourselves from this space, we will, because we know our mission is more important than just beefing online. Like, that ain't what we came here for. And that's why, bro, I'm happy that you do what you do, man. You don't hop in these spaces to argue with people. Like, man, your channel ain't huge, but bro, to me, you got one of the most informative channels. I love watching your stuff because I ain't put nothing in crypto yet, but I know what I can do once I do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, to me, that's important, because I never knew nothing about, like, I knew about stocks and a little bit of stuff like that, but bro, I ain't had no knowledge. I grew up poor. I grew up pawning stuff to make sure the bill was paid. So when you talking about anything other than a 9 to 5, I ain't know nothing about it. So I get to meet guys like you and other people that's like, hey, there's other ways to make money. You can be an entrepreneur. You can do stocks. You can do crypto. So this space is needed. It's just certain conversations and certain instances that make it look bad, to where it's like, all right, I got to get out of here.
Facts. And that's, well, there's also content creators that like literally just, that's their platform. Like that's what they do. They're like, I want to stoke this. Like, I'm going to take all this negativity and we just going to monetize it. And I'm like, I understand. I do understand. But the cost on that, it's just like, now that's what you have to do. Like, that's who you are. You just made yourself. Like, You don't get to be anything else. This is just like when they used to the only black characters that you saw was the bad guy, the gangster, and the crackhead. Like, come on,
Yep.
bro. Like, you gonna jump into a typecast because they put the money out there? We talk about this all the time. Like, we have these conversations about men putting on the dress, but these YouTube content creators literally put on the algorithmic dress to get out here and to go make a couple of bucks. And they don't see the corollary. And I'm just like, you literally just talked about dudes putting on dresses and how like we ain't doing that, but like you went and put on a dress for this algorithm out here
Facts.
to get in it. Like,
it's crazy. Like you said, Ray, they don't see the correlation with it.
yeah.
Even if it's on YouTube, it still matter. Cause like you said, it may not have been a blockbuster movie, but like you said, these situations can be clipped and spread all over the internet. And like you said, now, oh, I thought this person was this, but they came on here and said this. That's why, like I said, me and CJ ain't really been in no beefs or nothing like that. It ain't because we couldn't have started them or responded to them. It's because at the end of the day, this a waste of both our time. If we got a mission and we know what our mission is, we have to stay focused on that. But when it get to a point of, like you said, it's pretty much who's the smartest dummy. It's like who does that make sense to? The dummies.
Well, I'm just like, well, actually, what you just said was like so smart because it's the truth. It's like, okay, so I want to be right, and it's like, what's that costing you? Like, what does that actually cost? Like, what's the cost of this? And also, if you're, cause like, I got a friend who does the same thing. I have a buddy of mine. He does the exact same shit, where he's just like, I want to debate and I just want to be right. And I'm like, okay. Like, I've told him multiple times, I was like, we live in a society where like you can be stupid and win, right? Like, I'm like, you out here trying so hard to be right, and like you have so many opinions. Like, you want to hear a good one? So we were talking about because like I'm really big into, I like house hacking. Like, that's kind of my thing. That's how I'm acquiring property. So he was like, well, I got to get my stuff together because I'm not. I shit you not. He's like, I'm not gonna live with you to pay your mortgage. And I was like, so you're gonna go rent from somebody else to pay theirs? I was like, and you're gonna pay market rate. I was like, nobody who lives with me pays anywhere near market at all. Like, it's literally dirt to live with me, basically, for where I live. And he's like, well, I'm gonna go get my shit together and go live somewhere else. And I was like, that's why you're poor, bro. Like, this is why you're broke. Like, you're not even gonna put yourself in a position to stack some money. Like, okay. Like, let me know how that works out for you. Cause like, I can tell you the math on what market rate for rent is. Like, you go ahead and pay that to feel like you're doing something. And I don't have to help you. Like, that doesn't affect me. Like, I was like, I don't really know I don't have a response for that. I was like, you're just putting yourself in a worse position because you're going to pay more. Like, okay.
Right.
Okay.
Like Ray, like you said, bro, it's just some people that just want to be right so bad, they'll do it at their own downfall.
Yep.
And
100%.
Like, bro, I'm willing to learn. If I came on here, like, I know everything, and I know for a fact you know more about stocks and crypto to me. Now I'm just wasting my time arguing with somebody knowing I don't know anything about that, but I want to be right so bad. And I've seen this with my own eyes, bro. I have watched guys argue about points that they don't even know about just because they want to win an argument.
Yep.
And the more you listen to them talk, the more you realize they don't know what the hell they talking about. They just want to be right.
Yep.
So it definitely happened, Ray. Like I said, man, I want to make this clear too. I didn't want to stoke the fires or nothing. It's just, man, I'm so disappointed. Even though we got it off our chest yesterday, it still let me know we got a whole lot of work to do to build a space to where we are comfortable and where we want to go. And Ray, you one of them guys, and I told CJ this, that is like, bro, we might not see eye to eye on everything, but we got enough camaraderie where I think if me and you had a falling out, we could sit down and talk about it like men and be like, okay, bro, it really wasn't even that bad.
Right.
So
right. Well, I think that's and like I said, I go with it's really hard to have a falling out with me, Tez. Like, I don't know if you know, like, because I don't, and like Pookie's alluded, like, I'm pretty sure y'all come from a similar background. My parents made me speak better. Only difference. But my family, like, literally, the way that I was raised was like, you were not allowed to be weak. And people in my family killed over disrespect. Like, period.
yeah.
So I don't do it. Like, I'm just like, because I'm like, I won't get mad. Like, by the time I'm mad, like, it's not an issue anymore. It's like, I'm gonna find you. And those are the, like, because getting mad, like, all the shit in between, you're fine, and like, I'm coming to find you, is literal water under the bridge, because I don't really process stuff that way. Like, I can get annoyed with people, but like, I can have a conversation at that point. But like, for me to get mad at somebody, like, for me, like, when I say like, yo, I'm mad at this person, or I don't like someone, that's like like, we can't bring him around you at all, ever. Because I just don't, I didn't grow up being allowed to do those different gradients of like, oh, I don't like, I'll remove myself from people and I'm fine with that. But for me to be mad at you, like, I'm like, you had to have done something.
Yes.
Which is the other reason that, like, when people are screaming at each other on the internet, like, that was when you were saying I don't get on panels. Like, when I make people upset, I make them really upset, bro.
That's true.
Like the last person.
I have seen you really get up under somebody's skin, but it wasn't like you was the problem, though.
I know. Like, and that never made me mad. But like, once they start screaming, I'm just like, do you need an address? And they're like, what? I'm like, do you need an address? Like, you seem really upset right now. like if I was screaming like that, I would need an address, so I'll offer it up to you. Like, it just doesn't make sense.
Nah.
But also it does, like, the thing that I've told people for forever is within, because like, I'm not a big believer in the Black community. I do believe in my community though. So I'm like, there's going to have to be at some point a divergence of the people who are moving forward. And we're just going to have to go, okay, we're going to start assessing people where they're at. And that doesn't mean that like you cut people off all the time, like cut them off forever. But I'm like, if we're I look at it like we're in a war, and I understand this is counter actual military guidelines, but like, it's the reason that our military can't win wars, because our military drags bodies.
Facts.
We move bodies. No one else does that shit. Like, they're like, bro, you down, crawl over here. Like, you got to crawl over here. We gonna keep shooting them. That's what everybody else does. We running around, dragging people, getting shot. Now 2 people got to be dragged. Like, it's an inefficient way to navigate through a war. And it's not the way that wars were fought historically. Nobody was dragging wounded people around. Ever. Like, they were like, if you can get to cover, you cool, but like, if you can't, we'll come back and get you, and if we lose, and the pike people are going to come out and stab you, and it'll be over one way or another. Mm-hmm. But we, as what's left of this community, are so focused on dragging the wounded that we're not able to move forward. And no other culture that comes here does that. They're like, if you come here and like, you get one shot, like, you know why you don't see homeless Asian people? Because they will go put them in the restaurant, bro. Like, they will pick them up off the street, be like, bro, like, come here and like work this rice. Like, get your ass out from out here. Like, you ain't gonna have us looking like this. Yeah. But on that same note, like, they either make their underbelly of their culture functional. So like, if you're in gang life, and my point of reference is Vietnamese. You normally it's not like some old we're doing drive-bys on the block. It's organized like borderline triad gang life. Like there's like cool, like you bringing in money to the family, functional, or you're out. Like we're just not dealing with you. Like, those are the options.
Yeah.
And we're gonna have to get to a point as a culture where it's like there's enough of us that are moving forward where it's like, cool, we have the internet now, so we have the ability to communicate and link up with each other, right? So it's not like you're going to be the only person in your neighborhood and you just get drugged back down by the rest of the crabs in the bucket because they don't want to see you change or improve yourself. You can actually link up with people that are on the same trajectory, but at a certain point, we got to start moving forward and be like, cool, this is what we're doing. We're not advocating this bullshit. We know that there's other ways. We have the ability to skill share amongst ourselves. Like, Tez, you don't live in my city. I could teach you my trade. You're not a competitor for me.
Mm-hmm.
There's no reason I couldn't teach you everything that I know about home automation, and you could go get lined out there. There's nothing keeping me from doing that because you're not in my market. There's no reason I can't show you that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yep.
Making those connections to where it's like, okay, like what skills do we have that we can share amongst each other, especially the people on the internet, because we're not direct competitors. You wouldn't be a competitor to me. You would just be an asset where you're at.
I agree. Right. I agree with you 100%, bro. And I think that's part of the problem with the Black community. It's so everybody want to be on the top that they not willing to understand we could be in two different regions making money instead of trying to fight the fact that, hey, I want to be the top guy. And like,
Yeah.
Ray, you saying that is so encouraging, bro, because I grew up, you know, like you said, man, everybody is in competition.
Yeah.
I could get a building and it's 19 rooms in it, but instead of me renting them out to other people that could create their own businesses, nah, this is my building. And it's like, you're not even making money from this. So Ray, it's so stupid, bro. But you're right, man. A lot of us got that mindset, and bro, honestly, Ray, I'll go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was gonna say, I was like, we just got bad programming. We have bad programming amongst ourselves. Like we have bad programming amongst our families. Like, to be honest, think about how many times, like I can tell you, like my family, before I was born, my grandmother's brother-in-law was like the baby of their family. They were like, we got to take care of him. Good old Uncle Lloyd. And he literally burnt through that entire all the wealth that would have came down. He cut it off because they sunk all the money into him because he was a fuck up till he died.
Man.
And they were like, oh, well, we got to save him. His brother's fine. He's responsible. And I see this. It doesn't just happen in Black culture. I see it happen in white culture. I've seen it happen in multiple other cultures that they defer because emotions come in and you have a woman, a matriarchy. Yes. And women get emotional and they go, we got to save the idiot. I got it. My baby, the dumb one. We pour all the resources into him. You leave the one who's responsible out there thugging it out indefinitely with the responsibility of rebuilding any wealth that this family had. And instead of going, okay, you get X amount and then you cut off. Like if you're not coming back, you out there.
Yep.
Because if we're talking, because we always have that talk about generational wealth, and literally the way that we go about it and the way that people who do not have generational wealth, for lack of a better word, go about it is counterproductive. You do not seed extra resources into the non-productive family member.
Facts.
It should be, if you're looking at passing wealth down generationally, it should be meritocratic, and you should be grooming those people from 10 forward, technically speaking, and being like, cool, you need to do this, this, and this. Like, the trust that the Ford family has is ridiculous, Tez. It's micromanaged from so many generations back to now that they have like an incentive structure, like you started a fucking job, but it's existing in that family. Like if you make it, like when you get 25, you're released X amount of money. When you get married, you're released another $20 billion. Man. If you're married for 50 years, you get another $80 billion. If that's you crazy. Live to be 67, that's called the home stretch. They give you another $100 billion to do whatever the fuck you want with till you die. But like they wanted a family structure. Mm-hmm. That's their value set. They were like, we are incentivizing every single thing we want to fucking see from generations old. And it was one guy that set that tone. One guy. And he said, this is how this money gets distributed. This is what I want to see. And you're going to do what the fuck I want you to do, or you're not getting this. Like, you're like, I'll give you enough to exist, but like, you need to do X, Y, and Z to move this legacy forward. And he's in control. He's in control of that legacy. Oh, Moy Moy said, is that possible with feminism? Yes, because whoever sets up the trusts writes the rules, Moy. Mm. That's all it is. And I mean, to be honest, I'm done talking about feminism. Like, we are men.
I agree, bro.
We do not have to give a shit what the women do. The only woman you got to worry about is the one that comes under your covering. And if she's not going to get on your program, cut the bitch loose. It's that simple.
Yep.
It is that simple. And we have to get into a space. And I mean, obviously, Tez has talked about this too. It's like some of the dudes that you see in these spaces that are on the women's necks the most are the ones that don't have access to women, which I understand. If you upset them, like the one that you get, you kind of need to act right.
Right.
But if you can get them and you're constantly improving yourself, at a certain point, you're going to hit a pitch. Oh, snap, red lipstick vibes in the building. How's it going? You're going to hit a point to where you should be able to find somebody that you can get on with, that you find attractive, that wants to get on the program and understands what your expectations and standards are, not necessarily the manosphere's expectations and standards, not the red pill's expectations and standards. You are building your own kingdom. You set your own standards.
Facts.
You can go into these spaces and glean understanding and glean information, but at the end of the day, you are responsible for building your own house. You are responsible for curtailing your own legacy, and the decisions that you make directly affect everyone down the road. Everyone. Like, I mean, I had a woman when Waddell and Reed got bought out. They got bought out by an Australian firm. I dated the woman who the two portfolios that they specifically bought that firm for were hers. She's very wealthy. Mm-hmm. And she cooked me dinner every time I was over there. Like, this shit ain't hard. Like it's not. It's not. It legitimately isn't. Like, it's how you carry yourself and how you present. Because like I tell people, they're like I'll talk to these chicks on these panels that everybody claims are terrorists that they don't like, and they'll be like, oh, well, you know, I can say the same thing. And I'm like, and they're like, oh, well, it's like different when you say it. I'm like, it's different when I say it because there's credibility, because of how I carry myself.
Exactly.
And the fact that I'm not screaming at you. Like, I mean, it's because I'm not trying to force anyone to do anything. And I tell them all the time, I'm like, you can navigate your life exactly as you see fit. You just can't date me. Like, we can hook up, but you never get to come in the castle. Like, it's just what it is, because I have standards and I have the level of expectation that I have. I'll die on that hill.
Yes, sir.
And so, and like, that's part of the reason why, unless you're blatantly wrong, I don't argue with people, because I understand that my standards aren't everyone else's standards. I 100% get that. So I can only speak from what I want going down in my house.
I agree. And Ray, I leave on this note, bro.
All right.
Man, like I said, I agree with your points, brother. I do think it's more on the men of creating this space. And like you said,
Yeah.
if you create the space, man, the women will get in line. And I don't want none of the women to feel like this a shot at them. It's nothing like that. It's just the truth. So, like I said, bro, I hope in 2024, man, I'm able to, link in with you a lot more.
Yeah, I'm putting it back there for you. I saw your
Okay.
message.
Okay. But yeah, bro, I'm looking for brothers that want to build. I'm looking for brothers that's looking for camaraderie. And man, I need people that, oh no, not me. I do, but we need people that's willing to push the needle forward, bro. Like I'm just done with the beef and the arguing and the hollering at women. Like, bro, I got criticism, but I ain't finna. I don't hate them. You know what I'm saying?
No. I'm just like, bro, like you know what's funny though? So like I got another one of my homies, right? And he always talking about racism. Always. And I like he finally, like, we were out and one night, and it was this chick that we both knew that was out, and she's like out with the squad, and he's like arguing with me about racism. And I'm like, bro, I was like, if you that mad about racism, stop fucking white girls, bro. And I'm like, bro, like seriously, like what are you doing? Like the world's terrible, everybody's racist. What about her?
Exactly.
Like, and you always got a different one. Like, come on, bro. Like, it ain't that bad. Like, you can be upset as you want to be, but the reality of how you navigate in the world, obviously, it's not that bad.
Nah. So, Ray, man, I appreciate you for letting me up, bro. Like I said, man,
always says.
Plan on tapping in with you more this year, bro, and keep doing what you're doing, man.
Bet.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. You too. Like I said, I keep an eye out now for when you guys are going live. So
yeah, we got our own private chat now, so people should start tapping into that. So when somebody go live, come over there and show support, man.
Yep. Absolutely, man.
All right, Ray. Appreciate it.
You have a good one, Tez. It's good rapping with you, brother.
You too, bro.
What's going on? Shout outs. Oh, my homie Brent was in the building. Shout outs to Brent. Travel One in the building. I gotta give some love and support. Moy Freestyle was in the building. He is hanging out tonight. And Frozen is in the building. Hold up. Let's see what Frozen said. He said that back and forth stuff is nothing but stress when you're in it and entertainment when you're not. Ultimately, 100%. It's terrible. It is entertaining for a little while. Like, I remember I went down the rabbit hole back in the Fight Club days. I was in it for, what's going on, Hink? How we doing? Hink in the basement stopping through. I was down in the rabbit hole on some Fight Club stuff for probably about 3 solid months. And then I realized that I was like, it was something that I was listening to, but I was listening to it in place of like podcasts and stuff. Like, so while I'm at work, normally I'm doing construction, so I'll have something else in my ear, like if I'm fabricating something, so I don't have to like listen to the power tool noise. It drowns it out. And I like to think in my head that it's making me go deaf a little bit slower. So, because like it zeroes out those like high frequency noises that like give you headaches and stuff. So normally I'm listening to something all day, and it's normally books. On Mondays, it's music, because that's when I add all the new music to my playlist. I go through all my Discover Weekly and release radars and new musics and stuff. I do that on Mondays. But the rest of the week, I'm listening to audiobooks or podcasts that are relevant to the industries that I'm in, or finance or tech or something like that. Cryptocurrency a lot. But normally, towards the beginning, the first half of every month, I have a new audiobook that I'll listen to about 3 or 4 times. And that's what I do for the first part of the month. But before I was more disciplined about what I was putting in my head, I was listening to Fight Club all day. And after listening to Fight Club all day for 3 months, I did not like the headspace that I had. I was not holding intelligent conversations. I was, it was good to listen to how different people in the space debated. So that was interesting. But I think that's the only thing that I took away from that, because it just was like filler noise, and I was not trying to have that for the entire year. Like, that wasn't going to be good for me. So I had to switch what I was listening to, but those shows are super popular. Like, a lot of people, because it allows you to just zone out, and then you're just listening to people scream at each other, which some of the conversations were hilarious. I'll give them that. So from an entertainment perspective, Frozen, I'm 100% with you. Oh, snap. The homie Moy's coming up. What's up, brother?
Yo, what's up? What's up? How's everything going?
Not too bad, man. Not too bad. Better than I deserve. It's been a rough week, but even still, the bad weeks are better than I deserve.
I hear you. I hear you. Yeah. Nah, I seen you was having some good conversations, so figured I'd get on for a quick second.
Dude, absolutely, man. I've been missing the family. We've gotten so busy at work that, like, this is the one thing that I've had to kind of sacrifice a couple of times, because over the holidays I'm doing stuff with the company, so I'm obligated, and they scheduled everything on my night that I do this, and I was just like, I hate y'all, bro. Like, y'all gotta stop this.
Like, yeah, man, that's how it is.
Whoever's scheduling events is about to have to go.
I hear that 100%, man. That's how it be when it rains, it pours.
Oh, well, I mean, the money's been good. It's just I don't get to do, like, I actually want to do this most of the time. Actually, I want to do this all the time because I don't get paid. So, like you kind of have to want to do it. But this is like a part of the week that I enjoy, and it kind of
I hear that.
Yeah, it allows me to, like, kind of vent. I get to talk to some people that I don't see every day that I'm annoyed with. So, like, this is where all my other friends are. So, like, I'm like, give me an opportunity to chop it up with the homies, and it's a good release of positive energy in most cases. We get some good laughs, we have some deep conversation, and it's fun.
That's a very good point.
Yeah, and so, like, not being able to do that actually did not. I think that was actually probably part of the reason I've been so freaking annoyed.
Yeah, okay, you need that, man. Yeah. We need those community spaces. We all come from communities at the end of the day.
Yes. So we're talking about loser mentality.
I see that. Yeah, that's that victim mentality stuff, and it's huge. Yeah. Unfortunately, I mean, I call it the normie vibes, but
I'm stealing that, bro.
Yeah, normie vibes, bro. Like, because it's we're living in a time where I really feel like idiocracy, in the sense of, like, my mom, she used to call it the lowest common denominator. It's crazy because I probably sound like my parents now, but when I would be doing something stupid or a knucklehead, or following knucklehead shit, or watching some dumb shit, on TV or whatever, my parents would be like, "Yo, why you always want to try to be with the lowest common denominator?"
Dude, and
I feel like we live in a society where that's glorified.
I like it because it's true. It's so true.
Yeah, like, it's crazy. I feel like I came into, like, a clown world. I know they call it that, but, like, me myself, I can't speak for other people, but, like, I come from a small town. I come from, like, a good family, as they say. Like, I was raised traditionally, and then, like, I feel like everything, like, a lot of the things that I was brought up, like, in the mainstream American society is considered, like, loser, like, which is fucked up, because, like, that's the righteous stuff, but like, in our culture, that's, like, the good, like, to be a good person, you're considered a loser. Like, when I was in the club, like, in my 20s in college or whatever, like, life was easier in a sense, because you doing the knucklehead stuff, even though I was always considered myself like an intellectual and into Renaissance things, like, when you not doing the knucklehead stuff or participating in that stuff, like, people look at you like you the crazy person.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, until a certain point, and it's normally like way later in life when they're looking for those qualities as an adult once they're
Well,
mature.
yeah, of course. But I'm just saying in general, unfortunately, with the mainstream, let's say like glorifies, let's say I'm 39. I've had plenty of people come back around in my life and say,
Mhm.
hey, like, you know, X, Y, and Z, I fucked up. But it's all when some fucked up shit happened to them.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. That I
You know what I'm
mean,
saying? Which is fucked up in general. Because why we gotta live in a culture where we gotta touch the stove? Like I've always learned, like I could have gotten into a lot more trouble in my life, and I didn't because I learned from the knuckleheads around me, and I didn't do the dumb shit when they were still continuing to do the dumb shit in their 30s, 40s, late 20s, whatever.
yeah. Yeah. No, that's 100% spot on too. Like it's like I was telling Tez, I was like, we've got bad wiring. Like we just have a culturally, it's bad wiring. Like it's culturally handed down bad wiring. Like because you don't, if you think about it, like you're not inherently born with that. Like people aren't inherently born with a victim mentality. You learn it.
No,
It's
no,
given.
I don't believe so, but I do believe environment structures us a lot, and I also think culturally, like you said, and like even little things. I'm learning now that I didn't realize that I thought was normal. They weren't normal, and I just thought they were normal because they weren't part of my culture. Let's say because I was raised Latino, right? So
Yeah.
there's things that we didn't have that I thought, oh, all girls are like this. All girls are traditional, or oh, all dudes don't do this. All dudes carry themselves this way. And then I got to a major city, and I realized like that's not the case. There's mad pookies and derelicts out here.
Facts. Big facts.
Yo, but I didn't think that was the case because I didn't come from that background. So like for real, like honestly, I kind of feel like shafted in the sense of like my parents taught me shit that's not applicable in today's time. I ain't
I
gonna
mean,
front.
it's applicable for the right person.
Well, yeah, but not in our culture because it's like needle in a haystack, and
That's
in the
true.
sense
But
of
Moy, you only got to get it right once.
yeah, but
Technically speaking.
what I'm basically trying to say is for the individual, yes, of course. But
Mhm.
if I want to talk about our culture, no, that's not the case. And it's unfortunate, right?
Well, I
I
mean,
can
I don't.
have a good head on my shoulders and I still do my thing. But the reality is, would I want to raise a family or have children in a culture like this? No, because I even know people that did it the right way and then I hear stories and they're like, oh yeah, my daughter came out fucked up or my son came out fucked up, right? And
Yeah,
they came from a traditional background
but
because the culture is fucked up.
Moy, even in places where the culture isn't fucked up, even in other countries where the culture's not fucked up, so like you're trying to put too much onus on like all we can do and this is me speaking as like somebody who will potentially be a parent one day as well, right?
Facts.
All you can do is set the groundwork. Once your seed flourishes and goes out there, I mean, it's just like we're no different. We're not that
I
far
know, I've
removed
heard
from
it. And
animals in the forest, bro. Like when the deer has the doe, it's like, cool, you walking, cool, you know how to eat leaves, bet, run from them niggas. Like that's the game. Like, like
true,
what's
true.
going on? Be like, oh, some shit popped off. We all running. If you don't make it, that's not the deer that made the baby deer's fault. It's just what happens. Like you had all the tools. So the outcome, like tying yourself to an outcome, and I understand I talk about legacy and looking forward and generational wealth. I like all those things in concept, but like outside of the generational wealth and like micromanaging the trust and it's not even forcing an outcome, it's incentivizing an outcome. So you're still just putting up guide rails.
Of course,
You could
I get that. I get that.
so
But once again, it's one of those things where it's like the probability, unfortunately, is getting less and less. Like I feel bad for what's going on in the sense of with Gen Z and like, yo, like I had the. Here's an
Dude,
example of what I'm talking about. I
I've
had
talked to
the.
some dope Gen Zers, bro. Like there's some boy.
Nah. Here's what I'm talking about, though, Ray. I had the opportunity to talk to the people from Sesame Street
Yeah,
who founded that, the family, right? And I asked them straight up, like, yo, why was the programming and the education level when it came to the entertainment much better in the 60s and 70s? And they
yeah,
straight up said that meticulously they have gotten rid of that. The
yeah,
government powers to be, whatever you want to call it, have gotten rid of that after the 80s. And
yeah,
they said that's
100%.
why things like Sesame Street and Reading Rainbow and these things don't exist anymore in the cultural narrative.
Yeah. Well, I mean, my generation was the last generation that went through public schools where they actually taught you how to think critically. So,
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying is like, I hate to be a Debbie Downer, but it is a reality of the world we currently live in. And just because you and me and other people who watch programs like this are Renaissance thinking individuals doesn't mean that like the 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 general population walking around is where maybe let's say in the 60s and 70s that was the case, right? Because
oh,
education and self knowledge was something that was like, hey, people should be into that, right? It was glorified.
right,
Now what's
right.
glorified? Twerking and Meg the Stallion and this and that.
Yeah, yeah, but boy, think about this, and I just want to give you a little pushback, and then I'm going to ask Natasha's question for you.
Okay.
We have the internet. So it's not you might be the only person in your community and I might be the only person in my community, but we're able to link up with all of those only people across the nation, right?
Yes.
We all find self-growth and all of those things to be positive, and we do advocate those things. Like what I was saying to Tez, and this goes back to exactly what I was saying to Tez, is there's going to be a divulgence of an alternate community where those people are just going to fuck with each other and we're just not going to fuck with everybody else. Like, and I'm fine with that. I mean, Natasha's here. Vignesh V, can I get a peace sign in the back, please? It's your first time up here. Okay, we'll just wait.
And
on
I,
that.
I agree with that 100%. And the only reason I'm bringing this up is because you mentioned your friend who talks about the bliggity black stuff. It's the only reason I'm bringing this up, the subject up. And I'm in the same boat within my, let's say, peer group where I'm always ousted because I'm the so-called, darker skinned person who doesn't get down with a lot of these dumb things that we're
Yeah.
supposed to get down with. So,
I think there's a lot of us though. Like it doesn't seem like there's not a lot of us because you've got me.
nah, I don't.
You've got
Maybe online there's a lot of us, but in real life, I don't see that. I don't see that, and we have to hide and creep around and like hide
dude,
our intellectualism.
I don't do that. Well, I mean, me personally,
I
I
don't
don't
technically
because
do that either.
I
But what I'm
but
saying is that's not the case. We're definitely not the norm, Ray. The intellectual colored person, whatever the fuck you want to call it, I don't know if I'm using a politically incorrect term. Whatever the Renaissance man in America in general is not the norm, whether you're black or white or Latino or whatever the fuck you want to label yourself.
so I can partially agree with you, but like my deal is this: like I don't know your like I said, like personal experience is personal experience. So like I can't push back on what you experience, but like me personally, I just bring in people. Basically, I'm so adamantly me, and I am just as violent as I am intellectual. So most of the time, people either want to rock with me or they just don't. They don't want to be around me at all.
I'm the same. I'm that personality
And
type too. People either love me or hate me.
and so I don't. But this is the other thing, though, and I don't know if this is. And I mean, it kind of goes back to what your parents were kind of imparting on you when they were asking why you want to be part of the lowest common denominator. Is I don't worry about what losers do. I don't care what the people at the bottom do. I don't I really, and I mean, I know it sounds callous and psychopathic, but like, honestly, I
No, it
don't. Like,
doesn't sound
if they
callous,
set
and,
all those
and,
people
and
on
I'm the
fire
same.
and they were running down my block, I would look out the window and be like, that's interesting. And I would go back to whatever the fuck I was doing. Like,
Right. No,
like,
I agree with you
so,
100%. But what I think that
because,
maybe is the cultural thing is that the mainstream unfortunately is into those things, and you know what I'm saying. Let's
but we
say
know why, though. That's by
yes, we
design.
know
Of
why, but
course.
do you think look like what you said, right? When you pressed your friend who
Yeah.
is going around and sleeping with snow bunnies, right? When he's
Right.
supposed to be an
I tell them
FBA or
every time,
whatever
I'm
they
like,
call.
Dr. Umar would be ashamed of you right now.
Right. Well, no, Dr. Umar is a hypocrite too. He'd be doing that shit too.
Yeah, I know.
So you know what I'm saying? So I don't care. I'm in the camp where I'm like, yo, people are people, and I'm not in that camp. So I've always been the weirdo. But
Yeah.
like, black people in America want to put themselves in this like bubble and pigeonhole themselves only when it suits them. But then when it doesn't suit them, they want to play the victim. And I've noticed that from day
Yeah.
one, and that's why I've always been ostracized when it comes to this whole conversation. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's the difference between, let's say, Latinos and let's say whatever African Americans or black people, whatever you want to call it in America, where Latinos differ is we don't get into these victim Olympics where it's like African Americans want to be in the victim Olympics and then they wonder why things get fucked up. It's like, yo, it's a choice. You don't have to be in the victim Olympics.
Yeah, but it's,
It's
I
a
mean,
choice.
it's easy.
Right? Those
It's,
Dave Chappelle skits where they have
yeah.
the literal victim Olympics, those are
Yeah.
the best skits ever and so realistic. And unfortunately, right? And people be stepping on my neck or trying to all the time and saying I'm mean, but it's true. African Americans pigeonhole themselves and put themselves in these fucking horrible victim Olympics 24/7. And it's a choice. Bro, it's a choice. You don't have to be doing that. And that's why I think you had that conversation with your friend with the snow bunny thing. That is an example of that hypocrisy, which always comes out. And I got friends like that too, who
Yeah.
try to play both ends of the card, and then on one hand they be in the club, they be the first one hanging out with the snow bunnies, right? And
Yeah.
that's why what was that movie, How High or Half Baked? One of
Oh,
those
yeah.
movies has the example, right?
Yeah.
And that's super true, bro. It's super true. Always these
He
dead
said, come
prez
here,
type
my
of
milk of
motherfuckers.
magnesia.
Mhm. It's like about delicious milk of magnesia. And
Oh
that's
my
so
God,
true. Come
bro.
on, bro. That's why you know what the difference is, bro? Latinos, right? We can assimilate all our parts and we can acknowledge the fact that we had conquistadors and we had so-called Europeans come to our country and do so-called savage shit, right? But we don't be hanging on to that shit for fucking 5,000 years and be like, oh my God, we're so troubled and this, that, and the other because this
Well,
fucking
no,
shit
but like
happened.
you got, man, bro, we can't go there because you got, look at Univision, bro. The only dark skinned people on Univision are the funny ones. They're in buffoonery
Yeah, but look,
positions.
but what I'm
Like,
what I'm saying is
but
and let's say in our culture, right? Uh,
also, let me finish, and then because I'm a history buff myself,
okay.
and so the other thing is there is a color gradient there. There is implicit bias there. But
Who said?
the other thing that's interesting is this entire side of the everywhere the conquistadors went, they taught a bad version of their language so that they could mark the ones that look like them because they knew they were going to make some kids that were going to be their complexion that might come back one day so that they could forever identify the people on this side of the continent. So to say that, like, I mean, I understand that like the lighter skinned Latinos are not going and lynching the darker skinned Latinos. It's not that level of
Yeah,
barbarity.
that's what I'm saying. We don't have all this kind of craziness and like
But
almost it seems when you look at it from an outsider perspective,
that's because
it's
you guys were forced to fully assimilate. Y'all don't even
yeah,
know
but
your own language. You know
yeah, but
that
either
Latin
way,
Americans claim Spanish
either
as theirs.
But what I'm saying is, either way, whatever the case is, we don't
Yeah.
hang on to these ridiculous semantics and have it weigh us down and pigeonhole us for all eternity. Because the truth of the situation is, if you go down the line, right? You said you're
Mhm.
into history so
Yep.
much. If you go on the long enough line, everybody's been enslaved, everybody's been fucked over,
Yep.
right? And
True.
and that's what I'm basically trying to say. And when Latinos hang out together and we look at our cultures, right? We
Yep.
know we're fucking mutts. That's what I'm trying to
Yeah.
say, and we
Oh, okay.
wear
I got
that
you. I got you.
like a
That makes
badge. And
okay.
and fucking African Americans, they look at it and they always look at the negative. And like, yo, when the truth of the situation is, everybody on the fucking planet are mutts. And at the end of the day, everybody's been fucked. The only difference is that, let's say, the last fucking happened was the Atlantic slave trade. But the truth
Fair.
is, everybody's been fucked and everybody's fucked everybody else. You know what I'm saying? The only
No, no,
difference
no,
is
no.
the
No.
Spanish
So from
the
that perspective,
Spanish,
also
the Spanish and the Dutch, right? The difference was the Dutch and the English fucked you with no lube. The Spanish had lube, and they basically did their fucking conquering through the assimilation of fucking sex, right? Where basically integration, right? So the English and the Dutch didn't have that. They just went raw dog, right? So
so so what I was going to say was the other thing is like nobody uses that in other cultures as an excuse because so I will concede that point.
exactly.
So
That's what I'm saying. We laugh and we make fun of these little things. Whereas, and if it was African American culture, there'd be things that people would be heated and making movies like Purple or whatever, the color purple for 5,000 years. We don't
just
fucking have that shit. We fucking laugh and you know what I'm saying? We make fun of the fuck
so
with the
Moy, you
mutts
do
of the
know, but
Spaniards.
Moy,
And
this
you
time
don't think
around,
every Latin American knows that we're the fucking mutts of the Spaniards and that they're the purebloods?
right,
You know what
right.
I'm saying? Like, but we don't
So
make it into this big fucking thing.
but wait. But the color purple did flop this time around. I'm just saying. I feel like,
I don't know. I just use that as an example of the point that I'm trying to make. That no
but
matter what, black people in America always want to go back to motherfucking slavery, which, you know what, at the end of the day is a disservice to themselves, because there's so much more things that are beautiful and amazing. And at the end of the day, it's themselves that perpetuate the negative stereotypes and always go back to this,
un,
oh, we were
under.
porch monkeys.
But wait. So, but my question is, we don't expect Jewish people to not talk about the Holocaust. So, and I think the issue here is because I'm very versed in Black history. I don't find it I don't use it as an excuse, but like I think it's important to know what's happened. And
Of course.
because well, the thing is though, Moy, is you said that the Dutch and the English like screwed us with raw dog. They didn't own
Facts.
slaves. They didn't.
What?
They didn't own slaves.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is that basically,
They
look,
also didn't bring slaves here.
look, well, look,
So
if you want
so
to
that
look at it in that
I'm
perspective, the
so
Africans sold themselves.
it's it's deeper than that, bro.
Okay,
Like
but
that's what I'm saying. Like
what I'm
when
saying
you
is, Ray, on a long enough timeline, either way, fuck all the semantics. Everybody has been a slave and enslaved, right?
understood,
So
understood,
that's what
and
I'm basically.
listen,
So look, and if you want to look at it, the
hold
context
on,
of getting
Moy.
fucked, nobody talks about the Crusades and
Yeah,
and those times in history when all these fucking times in the Middle East and Europe, these motherfuckers were killing each other, and at the end of the day, they was enslaving one another, and no one talks
100%.
about that, and that was longer than the
You know who talks
transatlantic
about
slave
it,
trade.
boy? Those people do because they're still killing each other. They're still mad about it actively.
Okay,
Like, what are you
well,
talking about?
what I mean is the
Like,
African Americans in America think that their plight is the most brutal plight, like their horror story, that they have the worst hostile movie. When there's been
no,
other fucked up horror stories.
but wait. So Brazilians, I know for a fact, 'cause I got peoples down there.
Brazil is
They
the
don't
first
like
country.
Spanish people. Like Spanish
Yes.
people go to Brazil and get fucked up.
Yeah,
So
but
they're
look,
still mad about it. They're
Brazil. First
still
off,
mad.
Brazil is Portugal. Brazil is Portugal. You're mixing up the
Brazilians,
yes.
I understand they speak Portuguese, but they do not like the Spanish specifically. Like
I
my
know, but
homie who lives down there was like, no. And he was the one who put me on game about the whole difference between Spanish and Castilian Spanish. They don't like Spanish people in Brazil.
I know, but what I'm saying
because
is
of the history, and I understand that they came by way of Portugal. Portuguese people came down there, and I understand that. But he specifically was like, "Yo, we don't like these people."
Look, a lot
And
of the whole look, what's not talked about, right? You never hear about North Africa.
There's a lot of
you never
history
hear
that's
about
not
there's
talked
a
about,
whole
hold on,
there's a whole what I'm saying is there's a whole part.
I need you to let me finish.
Go for it.
The when we talk about so and I'll explain to you exactly why Black people are the way that they are about our experience in America. Our experience in America. Because when the conquistadors came through here and did what they did, they left. Okay,
yeah, but look, here's an example of what I'm talking about. Everybody
not
talks
letting me
about
finish.
Christopher Columbus, right? That wasn't even the United States.
No, 100. Look. I'll give you. This is my thing, though. When we're trying to break down, and you're going from a historical perspective, I'm like, what other culture went through what we went through, and then after the fact, like after it was supposed to be over, they were like, nah, fam, like you also, we're gonna. So it's not necessarily like when I talk about the stuff in regards to slavery, the slavery was one thing. What happened post-slavery? Literally, there's only 5 places where white people even exist. It's a class denomination. That's the first thing. Secondly, what they did, America was so efficient at crippling, quote unquote, Black people that they had released from slavery that Australia copied it. South America copied it. They literally came here and researched how they implemented racism.
Yeah, but look, Ray, I get you, and you're 100% correct. But that wasn't the first. That blueprint didn't come from here. That blueprint had always existed throughout humanity. Okay, humans in general have the capacity to be vile and evil motherfuckers. And we have been doing it to each other since the beginning of time.
100%.
Slavery and genocide, whatever you want to call it, killing one another. Unfortunately, humans have been doing it for a long amount of time.
The issue is this. The issue is this. Slavery, you're right, has happened for forever. But historically, this is how slavery worked. I come over, I conquer your lands, boy. Now, obviously, there's going to be a battle. A bunch of your team's going to lose. I'm going to win. I come in and I go, cool. Y'all going to be slaves. And everybody's like, oh, no, what's that entail? And I'm like, you're going to have to do some work. But check this out. Eventually, you're just going to be a part of my country. And then you'll get to be citizens. And then the next battle, you can go get some slaves.
Yeah, but okay, so yes and no.
The American, listen, Moy, listen. The American, the chattel slavery that happened throughout this region where they was just flooding people out of Africa to come take over this newfound land.
Right.
Was never intended to stop. Not only that, Moy, in order to sidestep their fucking religion, they just decided that they were going to say these people that could talk were animals so that they didn't have to feel bad. That's how unintended this was ever supposed to be to stop. They didn't go take over a land and go,
when was conquering meant to be unintended, Ray?
No,
you
don't
think
the thing that you're leaving out was when the African civilizations that sold these people off that they'd conquered, that was their definition of what slavery was as well. They were like, oh man,
but come on, you never heard the expression "all is fair in love and war"? How you gonna say that there's rules? Nah, bro. You're gonna say that there's rules to being a savage human? in times of human history where humans were
No, we have
extremely
documented
savage.
history of how it worked, though. I'm not saying that there had to be rules. I'm saying that there was a standard practice that happened
I
up until
know, but
here.
you got to take into consideration, bro. Humans in general. I'm not just speaking about this. I'm saying in general, we are now in the safest times in human history and quote
100%.
unquote the most civilized. Humans have been doing horrible things to one another way before the 18th and 19th century, 17th century.
100%.
Okay,
And
so
but
what,
where
what
are we? So my question is this, Moy. Would you rather have had and this is the reason that I don't
I'm not
understand
saying
why.
it's good. First off, I don't want to be out here,
You're not. You
you
didn't
know,
let me finish the question, Moy.
perceiving that like people think that I'm saying that slavery is good. I'm
No,
not. That's not my
you
thing
never
in
said that.
general.
I'm not accusing you
I'm
of saying that.
saying that humans have gotten more and more safe,
Mhm.
and that at those times everyone was being barbaric, even the Native Americans that nobody talks about. Nobody
Mhm.
talks about the fact
100%.
that over here, and I'm also talking about Native Americans because the Aztecs, the Arawak, and the Incans and the Tainos, which were in the Caribbean, were all part of a greater tribe, and they were all warring and slaving and doing all types of
Mhm.
barbaric stuff.
Mhm.
So at that time in history, everybody was freaking barbaric, man, especially
You're
the men.
but Moy,
The men were killing each other.
you're allowed to be mad at the winners. That's just the way that this shit always works. But what I was going to ask you was, considering that the nation of Israel is still to this day hunting down and killing people that have besmirched them, right? Because they
You
never
talking about
forget either.
Nazis? You talking about hunting down Nazis?
They're doing that. The terrorists, they hunted down those terrorists over 20 years that did the Olympic bombing.
True.
Okay, so my question is, considering because I would say that Black Americans are the most forgiving people on this planet, 100%, writ large, because we ain't gone after nobody. Like
I agree
we
too.
just
I agree to a
complain.
certain extent.
We just
Look,
complain. Like I'm
look,
just saying. For to be able to just go through and writ large enslave some people and get them with the no lube and then have them just complain. I mean, I know it's annoying. I know it's annoying. We're playing a long game here, but
look, you could look
it's
and look at
way
it.
more civilized than what everyone else who
If
gets
you want
done
to break
wrong
this
gets done.
down, Ray, if you want to break this down into basically something a little bit bigger, but on the other end of the spectrum, what I'm trying to say is basically look at the Asians. People don't realize all Asians come from Genghis Khan, right? The Genghis Khan united that part of the world, what we now
Yeah.
consider Asia, with the language which is now we consider Chinese, right? Now, what we forget is that Genghis Khan did that through mass killing and the SA doing horrible
We did,
things to women.
yeah, we didn't forget that. That's everyone knows that. That's how they're all related.
Okay. Well, yeah, still to this day, if you got that
Yeah.
last name, right? So what I'm saying, Ray, is right, the the Asians technically, right,
Mhm.
all coming from that one, let's say, conqueror, right? And there's
Right.
so much more unification. I'm not saying that they don't have their troubles and there's things going on right now in the geopolitics in that part of the world. But what I'm saying is when it comes to this bickering, they don't have that and they're able to stand together
So
as quote unquote, let's say Asians, right?
so wait
So
a
what I'm
second.
saying is,
What you're saying is Nick Cannon is actively working on taking over the United States then.
well,
I'm
that's been the original way of taking over any country has always been
right. That's what I'm
the
saying. So
sexual
it's going
way.
to be Nick Cannon Khan, and then the United
Nick,
States will all get along.
Nick Cannon is doing it, but
He's
that's
doing
look,
it.
look, and that's what I'm saying about the Spanish, the Dutch, and the English and the French, right? The Spanish took the least abrasive route. Even I'm not saying they didn't kill and slaughter and pillage. Don't get me wrong, they did plenty of that, right? But what I'm saying is, as far as their counterparts are concerned,
Mhm.
they took a conscious choice to assimilate with the
Yeah,
people
I got
because
you.
they knew it was a more, let's say, more sustainable tactic. And on the long run, all right,
Yeah.
let's be even more real. On the long run, first off, this we're all human. We're all part of, I mean, everybody talks about race. We're all part of the human race. Okay? That's the reality of the situation. And in general, right? When you talk about plants or you talk about any other kind of species, right? And you talk about biodiversity, you talk about enhancing the genome with the strong characteristics from one plant and the other strong characteristics of another plant. When it comes
Mhm.
to humans, people don't think of it that way. But why do you think all this, the most beautiful people in the world, they're considered the most beautiful people in the world, they're usually people who are super mixed? Brazilians, for example.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm saying humans are very small-minded. If you go home and you're on your deathbed and you're thinking about your freaking skin color or who you're banging, gender, sex, whatever you want to call it, you're a fucking moron.
Dude,
There's a lot more to life. There's
I
tons more to life. And the grand scheme of at least what someone like me always tries to point out to the quote unquote, let's say, African American population is that African Americans pigeonhole themselves in this stereotypical box of what they think it is, meaning to be quote unquote black, when at the end of the day, not only are most of those negative stereotypes, but once again, those are exactly that, stereotypes that don't really exist. None of this stuff really exists when you really think about it. And when you start traveling, you realize that.
oh
And
yeah.
and that's why at the end of the day, all this stuff is stupid, and why on the grand scheme of things, it's considered stupid because only in this country these divide and conquer tactics are used and people just fall for it 24/7. Everywhere else, you know what? The truth of the situation is, push comes to shove, if some bullshit happens, people band together. Oh, we're all Swiss, or oh, we're all this, or we're all that.
Yeah, those are all homogenous groups of people. I mean, it doesn't work in South Africa. They're divided. Australia, literally all the places where there's white people, this is a problem. It's just not as bad as it is here. Like
What do you mean? How so?
Britain,
What do you mean? What
still
do
a
you mean?
problem. Like, dude, people, the Africans in Britain do not like they have beef with the British. Like, what are you talking about? Like, that's a known thing. Everywhere where there's a delineation, that class delineation of whiteness exists with the opposing of blackness, this is happening.
Bro, if the
There is
people,
a
if the
divide.
people,
Yes,
if
Australia
the
is
people are
like this
not
as
holding you
well.
down, literally,
Britain is
right?
like this as well. South Africa is super like this, except for it's in the reverse now because they got their land back. Like, and now they mad
Okay,
and they're in the process of starving because they took all the farms back. Like,
okay. But the also, Ray, also we have to take into consideration that the reality is that everybody's bickering and fighting, but everybody is actually under the thumb of, let's say, very small ruling class. Because
yeah,
even when it
yeah,
comes to so-called slavery, and that's
yep.
another thing that I gripe with Americans about. People forget Native Americans were slaves, Gypsies were slaves. These are fucking white people that were slaves. And at the end of the
The Native
day, it's
Americans
not
had slaves, and they were actually the last ones to release theirs.
that too. Yes, and that's what I
Yeah,
said earlier. And more importantly, what people forget in this country, it's not like your fucking Bill, your neighbor back in the day was your fucking slave owner. That's not how it was. That dude was probably an indentured servant himself because the motherfucker was probably Irish. And you know what? The fucking slave master families are the industrialist families who fucking ran the towns. That's what they don't tell you.
yeah. Well, I mean, it depends. It depends on where you were, but like, I mean, in Missouri, which was a slave state, they were not like plantations up here. It was like normally you worked side by side with the slaves, like you basically bought a helper,
Yeah,
and you
that's what
only
they
had
meant.
like one. So
But what I'm saying is, before they use that term, so-called slavery, let's say we, as in the West, we have had indentured servants in
Yeah.
Europe already. The
Mhm.
Europeans were fucking indentured servants. Yo, that's another thing that gets me so fucking heated. Bro, the fucking Europeans in the medieval times, right, had indentured servants and were slaving out themselves and had a feudal class.
Yep.
Okay, so that's exactly going back to the point that I made earlier that everybody has been fucking over everybody else. And if you want to have a gripe with somebody, it shouldn't be your neighbor because they're different color than you. If anything, it's still to this day those ruling families and or monarchies.
True, but I mean, human nature. Like, I mean, when everybody was the same color, they were fighting over eye color and hair color and shit like that. Like, we just don't get along. People don't get along.
Nah, bro. You
Yeah.
think that's the case? You think if tomorrow it came out and everybody knew like what we just said, it's a ruling families and there's one specific target, you think everybody would be still fighting? I don't think so, bro. People fight because they really
I
think.
think we would get rid of that, and then we would resume fighting as normal.
Nah.
Yeah, we've been doing it
Unfortunately,
for
in
5,000
America,
years. There's
white
5,000.
people really think that
we have 5,000 more years of us fighting over
bro.
resources, because resources are still going to exist.
Yeah, but look, at the end of the day, even when it comes to that, once again, it's the same people. Either way, when it comes to all these major topics that are so-called plaguing the world today, that have been since the beginning, it still goes back to the same ruling class of people that are doing the majority of the fuckery. It's not like your fucking neighbor and Joe or whoever the fuck is out here trying to do the fucked up shit. Even these fucking so-called let's say people who may be on the other side of you politically in a country like the United States, right? We're all in the same crabs in a bucket with the divide and conquer, and we all have the same enemy, and they're making it seem like we're the enemies.
Right. I agree with you. I'm just saying, like, if you removed that, like, human nature, like, we live in a country. You know what else doesn't exist anywhere else on the world, outside of first world countries? Depression, mental health issues.
And I tell my friends who are so-called depressed all the time.
Literally just make up some shit to be upset about. Like, it doesn't matter what barriers we remove, because you know what we also used to have as a barrier? Not having air conditioning. We fixed that. That didn't solve shit for very long. Like, we you know what else we couldn't do? Look up and research stuff at the blink of an eye. We made the internet.
You're 100% spot.
Like,
my dad used to say, what? No, I'm sorry, I interrupted.
No, I was gonna say, shout out to Kevin. What's up, Mr. Robinson? But what I was gonna say was, for every problem that we solve, we will, like, it's literally the one limitation that humans have is ourselves.
It doesn't have to be that way, like you said about
yes, it does.
The depression thing, right? My dad used to say, poor people don't have the luxury of being depressed.
Yeah,
right. Because he came from a poor country.
We do now.
Yeah, because we're entitled and we're wealthy, right? So that's what I'm saying. And I tell all my friends, specifically women, cough, cough, that take all these antidepressants. I tell them, like, yo, man, that's going to come up biting you in the ass for various reasons. But the main reason is that depression, and funnily enough, like my father used to say, and then I found out was the truth by reading Napoleon Hill, depression is just a symptom of not being grateful. Because me, myself, I didn't grow up poor, but even just coming from a poor country, like, and seeing that, I see people down in where I'm from that have far less than me and have smiles on their face. Why is that? Gratitude. Because they're happy for what they have. And then there's kids here in the United States who have PlayStation 5 and all these gadgets and this and that, and they're fucking so-called depressed. Fuck that shit. I think that's bullshit.
So they're not just so-called depressed, they're also on fentanyl. Like, it's bad here, bro. Like,
yeah, but what don't you think that that's a symptom of something bigger? Because at the end of the day, we don't have, like, yo, I understand
it's the way that our brains are wired. It's the way that our brains are wired. We took over this planet by identifying issues. That's what we do. We identify an issue, we fix the issue. We have no natural predators, Moy. So the concept of everything working homogeneously on this planet, we're the only thing that doesn't fit. The only limitation that we have is we're so geared at solving and finding and looking for problems that after a certain point, we solve most of the problems.
Yeah, but
Then,
if the problems aren't real, right? We have plenty of problems to solve that are real, and
right.
then you have these people who are going after fake problems, right? I would consider this so-called racism in the United States a fake problem.
I
Right?
would
Same
agree
like
with
you
you,
said,
but you can
depression.
only have fake problems in a first world country, and we are in that
Yeah, but
country.
no, we have real problems. It's not like it's just fake problems, bro. There's plenty of if these people want to fix problems and want to go virtue signal and do things, there's plenty of positive things that can
Man, you
be,
think they you think they're
helpful.
gonna go? You think they're gonna go churn some concrete and start filling potholes, bro? I don't see it happening.
Bro, bro, there's a lot of things we could be doing in this country to make it better besides
100%.
jabbing at each
I'm
other because we got different skin colors and these, so-called weffers be, making billions while we're over here, fucking arguing about our skin color. Like when you think about it on that, it's ridiculous. And that's another thing too. And look, when the difference is too, every so-called culture or race, Ray, has fucked up shit. The only
100%.
difference is that in United States, the fucked up shit of African Americans get highlighted the most.
Really? I don't think
Yes.
so. I think
Yeah.
that the thing that's getting highlighted the most right now is the fact that we have an open border with all sorts of people flooding into it that aren't
No, of
supposed
course,
to be
no,
here.
no, 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 no. But I'm talking about
So
when it comes to the racial stuff, the stereotypes and this and that.
yeah,
I'm
because
saying
they
that
right.
African Americans have the most
It's been
highlighted
going on
stereotypes.
so long, Moy, that like we still have people who are in positions of power that can still exude that onto
Yeah, but
people.
look, those people. Look, if you want to put it in a basket, you could just call those people Karens, and they don't like anybody. Those are the same.
That's true, but like when it
Those,
becomes when you're in
those are grumpy ass
when you're a kid,
boomers, bro.
true, but that's who runs everything. So
I get that, but also we got to take into consideration these motherfuckers hate everybody that's not them, so they don't give a fuck. Like people
no,
look at it
they
as all this.
specifically hate people that aren't of what they consider their culture, which I
Yeah,
don't
but look,
agree with.
you don't
But
think. Look, Wasps been fighting in the United States with fucking Japs and all these kind of fighting. Europeans got their own infighting, man. People forget that.
what's going on, T? I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that you're wrong, but I'm just saying that like I live in America, so I'm allowed to talk about.
I'm talking about Americans. I'm talking about.
I know, but like you're talking about people who live here not being able
Who
to
hate
like
each
even.
other, who hate not just those type of people. So
Dude,
what I'm
this whole
saying is,
country started off hating each other. It ain't changed.
nah, this country didn't
There was
start off
never
hating each other.
dude, listen,
It started
boy.
off hating Europeans.
No,
Yes.
disagree. What's whiteness, Moy?
What you mean? What's whiteness?
What is it?
Because if you want to talk
That's
about,
a legitimate question. What is it in regards to America? What is whiteness?
technically, white or black, nobody's really those skin colors. First off,
Mm-hmm.
people are more like a cream color or peachy color, and then you know what I'm saying, like brownish kind of caramel tones. So even those terms are stupid. Like there's nobody the color of a piece of paper.
Right. So
Okay. So,
the,
but what I'm saying is that the Europeans that came over here, right?
didn't
Because
like each other.
technically, exactly, and they were still fighting about stuff. So what I'm saying is these so-called
What's up, Mr.
people
Youngblood City?
who run, let's say things, who move the movements, right?
Right.
They have their own fucking infighting, bro. That's what people don't realize, and they think, oh, these people just hate me, bro. No, these people hate a whole group, a whole tons of different people, not just you. So what I'm saying is, motherfuckers do not need to take it personally when they know this fucking wasp over here hates everybody.
I'm just saying. I'm like, I mean, if the whole premise of whiteness was something that you had to apply for. That's the reason they didn't like each other. Because like Irish people, did not attain whiteness until way late.
Exactly, and
Italian
that's what I'm
people
talking about.
did not
Yes,
attain
exactly. That's why
whiteness
I
until
mentioned the
way
Irish
late.
before. Irish are the black people of Europe.
Well,
Yes.
I mean, yeah, they had their own little island. They was chilling. You know what I'm saying? Like,
But what I'm saying is the way they're judged, the way traditionally nobody liked them, and they had the potato famine and they were outcasts. What I'm telling you is those motherfuckers was considered peasants and low class, just
Yep.
like fucking African Americans think. So if you watch even a fucking movie which has some historical baggage to it, Gangs of New York, which is not that long ago, when
Yeah.
the major cities were developing, right? People forget in the United States, technically, right? If you really want to talk about the victim Olympics, technically the motherfucking Chinese are the first on the chopping block, right? They built the fucking railroads and nobody fucking liked them, right? And that's why every fucking city has a
Yeah, but they got
Chinatown.
paid.
Bro, but what I'm trying to tell
They
you
didn't build
is,
the. I'm just saying they didn't build them for free. Like they didn't build them for free. I don't care what you say. I'm like, if you
okay,
came over here under the auspicion that you was doing a job and got treated like shit, that's different.
let me tell
They-
you something. Let me tell you something right now. Those individual workers did not get paid. The Chinese land-owning barons who hired those fucking workers got paid.
That's
Okay?
them in China's problem, though. They came
Yeah,
over
but
here
what
thinking they had a job. They did not come over
Bro.
here on a boat laying down, bro. Like I'm
Bro,
just saying, that's not slavery.
first off, still to this day,
Tricking somebody who thinks they're getting paid into coming to do work for free is different than catching a slave and bringing a slave over.
what I'm saying is that first
Okay.
off, during that time, the conditions for this is before, first off, you have to take into consideration this is before the transatlantic slave trade. Because the fucking Chinese built the railroads in the fucking Western Hemisphere. This was before the transatlantic slave trade.
We did not have railroads pre-slavery.
What you did, and it wasn't that many years before, but yes, you did. It was, and then the slaves came.
What
Yes,
are you talking
Ray,
about
look it
right
up.
now? I'm Googling
Bro,
this
Ray,
shit.
look
Hold
at
on.
Google it. The Chinese were the first, bro.
Google it first. I know there was
What
underground
up,
tunnels.
team?
What it do?
Yes.
What it do?
What it do, bro? So all I'm saying is, Ray, that those people who you think got paid didn't get paid. Their bosses got paid, which were technically
I
their version
understand
of
that,
slave
but
drivers.
but I understand that's called tricked into slavery. You got on the boat thinking you had a job.
Bro,
That's all
still
I'm
to
saying.
this day that happens. Everybody who's working in a Chinese restaurant over here, what do you think they coming here for? How do you think they got here on a fucking barge, bro? On a cargo ship? And how do you think they're going to get their freedom? By working for fucking 20 years in this country, and then maybe they'll get quote-unquote citizenship. Come on, bro. What's the difference between that and slavery? And those people are living under restaurants, shitty-ass conditions
Actually, the
with
Southern
roaches and
Railroad
rats.
Company built their railroads with slaves, just so you know.
Oh, wait, what happened?
I'm looking at it right now.
Wait, say again?
Yes, that's literally what it says. In 1840,
I
they
didn't
were
say they
buying
didn't have
slaves to
slaves.
build their railroad. Hold on a second. Georgia cotton production in 1860. That's where you're getting the influx of slavery from. New railroad miles constructed by.
Okay, so who came first then?
1860.
Which one
So
came first?
in 1840, they were buying slaves. Railroad construction started in 1850.
Okay.
So they, but wait, they bought
So you
slaves
just said
to do
buying
that.
slaves. Bro, what do you think is the difference, bro? You just said it. Buying
No, you
slaves.
literally just said the Chinese people came here before black people and built all the railroads so black people could come here, bro.
No, first off, I said they built the railroads in the
Yes, you
Western
did. You
Hemisphere.
heard it too.
I said they built the railroads in the Western Hemisphere.
That's why I said
No.
Google it.
That's
why I said
exactly
Google it.
why I
Google
Googled
it.
it. I was like, you ain't walking
No,
on that one,
Ray,
boy.
Google it. Dude, the railroads in the United States were not the first railroads. I
What?
said the Western Hemisphere.
Oh,
Ray, I said
okay. So
I
they
said the
weren't in
Western Hemisphere.
America. They weren't in America.
Yes, bro. The Chinese
Okay,
were already
okay.
in South America.
Okay, I'm not
Oh,
Googling
okay, I
that
got
one.
you,
I'll let you have
yeah.
that. I thought you was
Yeah, I take
talking
your
about.
word on that one. I take
He
your word on
came
that
up
one.
here with his tinfoil hat on for you, bro.
Oh man, I
No,
came
bro,
for the business today.
I know in the United States, because in the city where I'm in, there's a monument in the trains for the African Americans, and a lot of people don't know they did the train system. But I'm talking about the Western
We know
Hemisphere
they
in
did the train
general.
system. We got John Henry out this. We got the story of John Henry. He was real good at it, and then he died after they made the robot that could do it. That ran on
Facts.
steam, killed him.
But the Chinese in general, supposedly, right,
Okay.
were over here doing the train system in Latin America because like you said, Brazil, people forget. Brazil is the first spot of the transatlantic slave trade, right? So people forget, and that's why Brazil to this day is very multicultural, right? And a town called Bahia, which is on the shore in Brazil, is the first African settlement in the New World.
Dang.
A lot of people don't realize Brazil is one of the largest concentrations of Africans in South America outside of Africa.
Actually, I do believe I knew that because when I worked at Nebraska Furniture Mart and I was building furniture, I worked with all Spanish speakers, and that was when I met the first black person that I met that couldn't speak English good, and it scared the crap out of me because I didn't realize that black people spoke Spanish.
No, well, it'll
I
trip
was
you out
like,
more.
yo, bro, like, why can't you talk?
It'll trip you out more when
Yeah,
you
for
meet a
real. I didn't
Chinese
know that there
person
were
that
black
doesn't speak Chinese.
Mexicans. I didn't know.
You see? A lot of people
No.
don't know. That's what I'm saying, bro.
Say it again.
Technically,
Say it again. Sorry.
okay. First off, the only reason I know so much about this is because where I'm from is the first city of the New World, the Western Hemisphere, Santo Domingo. That's why I always get pissed off when Americans talk about Christopher Columbus. I'm like, yo, Christopher Columbus didn't even go to the United States. So what I'm saying is that the so-called slave trade or this industrial trade that was already going on in the Western Hemisphere before the United States. People think of it as the transatlantic slave trade. They just think about the United States historical aspect of it. They don't remember or realize that Latin America was already doing the transatlantic slave trade before. The United States was the last part of it.
I could see that because there's
Yes,
a lot more.
I can see how you say that.
Salutes to Grooming and Reviews 101. Okay. Okay.
The
so
reason the West Indies is the West Indies.
Boy. We leaving all the loser mentality in 2023. That's the moral of the story. We're leaving it all. We're leaving it all over there. We working on onward and upward. So from now on, whenever I see it, I'll be like, cool, we can acknowledge it, but what's your excuse? Why do you suck? That's the question. 2024 is the year of Ray. Reckless Ray gonna be asking, why do you suck?
So how do you count that into the whole what we just talked about with the racial thing? How does that fit in?
Well, it doesn't. I mean, for me, it doesn't. Like, I can sit there and we can talk semantics. I can tell you exactly what happened. I can argue for and against reparations. Like, I understand the history. I don't use it as an excuse. It's not a cloak, and I don't suck. I'm not dysgenic. I'm in fucking good shape. I got a little bit of money to my name, and I'm improving every fucking year. Like, so me personally, it's never fucking affected me. Outside of like the BLM stuff where I was feeling some type of way. And, you know, it was a little bump in the road, but by and large, I improve year over year. I'm a fucking winner. It's what I do. Like, you can't even tell me. Like, people try to explain to me my victimhood at this point. And I'm just like, well, no, you just suck. You suck. Like, I can understand what's happened and the shit that we've come through. I enjoy that information and that knowledge because it galvanizes me. Because I've run on being pissed off. And so if I didn't, I guess I could be a victim and be in the Victim Olympics because that stuff does piss me off. I run on pissed off, though. So it's fine. Like, it works for me. But there's no reason that any people shouldn't know what they've come through, what your ancestors went through. Now, when you go, all I'm going to do is sit here and beat off and be on the internet and be a fat piece of shit and not excel in life, and I'm just going to lay down and complain and then blame it on the white man. I'm like, bro, like there ain't no hope for you. You already a dead body. Like, you should just quit, because if your ancestors saw what they were going to produce, they would have quit.
True.
You
True,
telling me I'm gonna get my ass beat so you can have some freedom just to bitch about me getting my ass beat, bro? No, no,
but
sir.
you don't think that in the United States people are more lazy than the rest of the world in general, no matter what color
It's
they
a
are?
first world country, and you can be lazy and not die, Moy. It makes sense.
Nah, bro. You got video games. You got other things that make you lazy.
Yeah. That's the reason. You bring anything in from outside, it's going to be lazy. Animals do the same shit. They're like, food's right here. Fuck it. That's what we do. We're not animals.
Oh, okay. I see you, T.
Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. We are not animals.
No, I
If
hear
you're
that.
in a position to where things are easy, you're going to do the easy thing. It's the same reason that people just get on welfare and just stay on there and say fuck it.
Nah, bro, that's not the case, man. That's a cop out.
It
bro,
is.
because why would you just want to do the easy thing when you're gonna get
Well,
bad
I
results?
tell you like this.
It's easy. Oh, go ahead, T.
Well,
Go
I
ahead,
tell
T.
you like this. My position on this whole thing is that slavery has never ended. They just changed it to employment. And so this is for me, and I like to tell I tell all the youngsters this, because I coach football and all that. So I make sure that I tell them, hey man, do what you love. Do what you love, so you'll never have to work again. You feel me? So, and that's for a lot of the brothers. You got to find your purpose. Like, what are you really good at? What lights your fire? Do you know what I'm saying? And if you can't find that, hell yeah, you're gonna be mad as hell. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna do all kind of weird stuff because you're not doing your love. You feel me? Like I love coaching football. Look, I could have made my $6-7 grand a month, touring people around apartment buildings, being a leasing consultant and doing all of that. But sitting in the office, answering the phone and spewing good bullshit, by the way. So, you know what I mean? Like I can talk that talk. You feel me? I can talk the talk now. I can sell an apartment real quick. I can get you to rent it out. But that doesn't light my fire. I wanted to be outside. I wanted to smell the grass. I wanted to get sunshine. I didn't want fluorescent lights on me all day. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it didn't make as much money as my mother would love me to make. You know what I mean? But I am truly happy and content. And I know we still got work to do on here.
No, it's not. And listen, I'm gonna tell you, Ty, that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
Why is that the dumbest shit?
I'll tell you why. Because if you was getting it like that, you could have done that for 5-10 years and been set. That's why it's dumb. Like it just doesn't make sense. It's like it's like, and this is. But listen, this is the reason we can't get ahead. Because we're in a first world country. We're in a first world country where we have the liberty to go do what you love, follow your passion. And then when it doesn't work out, in your case, it's worked out. But
but he's not saying that, and he's making money
right now because they followed their passion to a box that ain't even a coffin. Now you got to live like this. You got to be outside getting ate up by mosquitoes and shit, freezing to death. You take your socks off, your toes come with it because it's cold as fuck.
What?
Bruh, like, so
no, but he's talking about somewhere
T lives where you can afford. T lives where you can afford to be homeless. That's a privilege. You homeless here right now. It was -7 for 2 weeks,
bro. But if you're making money from something that you love, that's different. He making money from something that he loves. He's not a bum.
I'm saying, but Moy, it worked for him. It's worked for him. And even he's been like, yo, we need to make changes because of the position that I'm in the hierarchy now, because of the decision I made.
Okay. So you're saying that the probability is not that good. You wouldn't suggest that for everybody.
No. What I'm saying is we have to get to a space to where we do what is necessary. You do what is necessary.
You can do what
necessary
you love
because
and
that
do what's
supersedes.
necessary.
Do you really think that the dude who started Ford and the Ford Motor Company really just loved the fuck out of cars?
Yes.
No.
What do you mean? No, he invented a car, bro. He loved cars.
He invented a car, but like, why? He's solving a need. Like, I need to get over there quicker.
Of course, he's solving a need, but you gotta have passion, which is a form of love.
Yeah, you know how long he's been dead? A long fucking time. Do you think that everyone who came after him just loves the fuck out of cars? No, but somebody's got to run that fucking company and they're rich. Like, I mean, the concept of you guys like just doing shit that you want to do all the time, like the only people that I hear who do that are broke. Like, and then you're complaining about the people who are doing the shit they don't want to do that can tell you what the fuck you get to do with your day.
No, I'm saying you still have duties. You still got to do stuff. I'm not saying be a bum, Ray.
I will say this.
I'm not saying be a bum.
I'm not saying you have to be a bum, but what I'm saying is, as cultures that are underrepresented, marginalized, minimized, the man's holding us down. You know what the man does? A bunch of shit he don't want to do to be in charge. And we're sitting here talking about, and this is a cultural thing. Minorities are always like, well, I mean, actually, Latin Americans come over here and do a bunch of shit that they don't want to do.
No,
and
yeah, we
kids
do a bunch of shit
they want to do and ruin it. But what I'm saying is, we as a culture, a minority culture here, do not understand the machinations of power. Power has nothing to do with doing what you want to do. 90% of the time, it's doing not only what you don't want to do, but what everyone else doesn't want to do either. That's how that works.
Ray,
They're
but I'm not
longer than you are.
Ray, but you can have a passion and make money from it. That's what I'm saying. So I'm saying the Henry Ford, he probably still had a passion for solving the problems.
I'll give you that Henry Ford himself was passionate about cars. I'll tell you that the people who are running it right now are probably not passionate about cars. That's the reason they're making shitty ones.
Okay, so there you answered your own question there too. So that's not good either. Because you don't want to be making shitty products and then providing a shitty service.
But everyone, they're not providing a shitty service. I mean, they're moving along. They're coasting on the laurels of someone else. They didn't invent that. They're not passionate about cars. They're not inventing cars. The CEO of Ford is a person who was related to the motherfucker that knows how to run the company because they were groomed to run a company. And this is
let me ask you this though. Right. Let me ask you this, because I understand where you're coming from, and from Maslow's hierarchy of needs, I agree with you 100%. But let's also take into consideration that we have a whole bunch of people who are, let's say, sociopathic minded or don't have the best, let's say, mental health, and are so-called running countries or governments, and they're douchebags, to say the least.
Okay.
But they got mad money, right?
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to say to, let's say, play the devil's advocate, because I do agree with you. We are men, and you have to do things in life that you necessarily don't want to all the time. But what I'm saying is that there also has to be some sort of balance where, if you truly do want to create a better world, the men who are doing these things in these industries, there also has to be a genuine passion and love, because at the same time, part of the reason that the world, at least I believe, that the world is in the bullshit it is at the moment, is because you do have a whole bunch of people in positions of power who aren't truly happy for a lot of different reasons. So, I mean, if you want to do the economical effect or the trickle down effect of how that affects everybody and even their lives, you know what I'm saying? Because look, I've hung out and been around a lot of these people who are so-called, wealthy and have a lot of money, let's say. A lot of times, though, they're fucking. I'm not going to generalize, because it's not. I mean, that's a stereotype too. It's not always the case. Just because you have a lot of money, you're depressed. But there's some truth to that. There's a lot of these people in these circles, which, outside of their fucking business skills, they're douchebags, and they're not Renaissance men or women.
Well,
Yeah.
that's true,
Yeah.
but I mean, throughout history,
Well, to help you build, I build with you, Moy.
What happened?
I build with you. I'll build with you, and to go along with your what you're trying to say.
Because look, what I'm saying is like,
the
okay,
person that made the person that made the cotton gin, that was a brother that was sitting there doing his thing, and then said, "Oh, wait a minute, we can I know how to do this faster," because he had a passion. He had some type of thing that I said, "Oh, I can get this done easier, quicker." And so we came up with the idea. And so when someone goes into their purpose, their love, you will go in it from the bottom, and then you're going to rise to the top. So every angle. When you hear bullshit, you're going to be like, "Oh, no, don't do it that way. This way will be easier because, what I'm saying, I've done it here. I've been at the bottom." So, so for people that, and I hear you, Ray, because you probably end up like me with a little bit of money. But you know what, though? I was part of the solution, not the problem. And I think that's major when we think about our society here. Like he said, we've got rich people that are just douche. Like, you're scum, bro. Like you got all of this money and you're not helping out anyone. You're just going to do for yourself. And then maybe
but you have the opportunity to have all that money. But the issue with your argument and the issue with your point is you had the ability to become the counter to that douche, and you were like, "No, I want to go coach football." Okay, so and even when the douche gives his little inkling, it's still more than what any of us could give anyone. And you're saying that's not enough.
Ray, I think that's just disingenuous.
But Moy, you do, you got to listen to the point, though.
I am listening to the point, and I'm trying to say,
better society, then somebody has to sacrifice. Henry Ford was passionate about cars, made Ford. Way down the line, the person who's the CEO right now, somebody's got to do the fucking job.
Okay, everyone I get that,
but family gets to do whatever they want because they're rich. But somebody has to run that fucking company to keep this shit going.
What about crafts,
so when we talk about rich douches, if you have the ability to be the counter, not douche rich person, then you should have done that.
I get that, but what I'm trying to talk about is basically the bridge and the gap between a moral high ground and, let's say, an intellectual capacity, right? That existed at one time. That's why we had the Renaissance time, right? Because I almost said DiCaprio, Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo, right? These men were not wealthy men, and we still use the majority of their inventions today. Same with Nikola Tesla, who died broke. So okay, so I'm not trying to sit here and be one of those people that's advocating that, saying that money's not important, because I don't believe that, and I do think it's important. But I also have an understanding that from a craftsmanship aspect, there needs to be a certain passion and drive for the arts and science perspective of industries, because these men
people for that. You hire
but not always, because look, right?
You're telling me that Elon Musk designed every single aspect of the Tesla, or did he hire people and engineers to design the fucking car? He literally hired people for that.
That's not a good example, because also he took a technology that was already existing. No, he didn't invent that technology, Ray.
He made it mainstream.
Yes, he did. He's a marketing genius. But what I'm saying is, okay, I'm not discrediting Elon Musk's any of his genius, but what I'm saying is, with this specific example, right, that would not technically be the case. But with the people who he bought it from, that would be the case. Whoever these people are that we don't even know their names, who
They're
actually
rich now,
invented
by the
that
way.
technology. Okay. But what I'm saying is that these people who are usually, like, let's say if there's a domino effect, right? There's usually like the almost like in hip hop where you have the, what are these guys called who you don't know their names, who write the lyrics?
Oh, the
Ghostwriters,
ghostwriters. The ghostwriters.
right? When it comes to these industries and stuff like that,
Ghostwriters,
right?
yeah.
You got always these creative people who are like these ghostwriters who don't get their props, but they're really the let's say savants or the geniuses, right? So that's why I brought up Leonardo da Vinci, right? Technically, both those two people, Leonardo and Michelangelo, were both heretics in their time, and there was almost both of them killed by the church. So money isn't always everything, and a man, right, can still contribute to the world and not necessarily die with millions of dollars. Technically,
I'm not.
inventors
I'm not.
having
I'm not
money is a
saying.
nuisance.
I'm not saying that they can't. But what I am saying is they're going to be at the whims of the people who are controlling the system. Like, we have a hierarchy for a reason. Now, choosing not to participate in changing the game doesn't change the game that you're in. You're still in the game.
I didn't say don't participate, Ray. I didn't say don't participate. I'm saying that there can be a heavenly intersection between passion and, let's say, financial literacy, right? And what T was saying is a good example, because there's a lot of people who, and this is why capitalism has a bad name. Technically, a lot of people in the modern Western world today think that capitalism is bad because technically men who are in those positions of industrial power are douchebags. It's not necessarily capitalism's fault. It's just those people themselves are assholes. But
no, it's the people who go to those
let's
jobs. Like, you don't have to fucking work there. Like, what? How did you
But let's look at this. No. Hold on. Look, let's look at this. Let's look at this from. I don't think we're acknowledging, and here's a problem with capitalism. I don't think we're acknowledging what Cat and the Shannon Sharp interview was all about. See, he was just talking about the industry, how there are gate guards, there Freemasonry. These people, right, that are making sure that they get their folks in. Hold on, let me finish. Right, they're going to make sure they get their folks in. But that's in everything. So this is the problem about the system we're in right now. You know what I'm saying? So this is why, for me,
that's not free market capitalism's fault.
Knew the game early. I knew the game early. I understood the situation. I understand what all brothers are going through. All people of color. This got nothing to do with your race. This has to do with us being in captivity. All of us. You feel me? Because I'm sitting in college, right? And look, I'm sitting in college, right? Cal State Northridge, go mad the doors. I'm sitting in the Pan African Study department, and they said 89% of the brothers that are in jail were all raised by a single woman. That shook my world. So what we have here, we have a lot of brothers that are highly emotional. This is why I went into coaching, because I was like, nah, we're going to make a difference here. You know what I'm saying? We're going to change some things here. And this is the job of this is what my freshman teacher told me, man. Took me, knocked me off my feet. Because I've never heard anyone tell me my job as a brother. She was like, your job as a black man is to break the dam. And then she gave the example. Picture the water, all of this water here. And there's the little bit of water representing the rich. And everyone up here is the poor. And our job is to break the dam so we can make it an even playing field. So with that in my head at a young age, oh man, I'm a dam breaker. I want everything to be balanced, because right now it's nowhere near balanced. And I fall back.
Facts. I get that. That's true.
Well, I mean, historically, that's
You feel me?
once
Like
you get to
the
this fever
generational
pitch, it's
wealth
like,
gap that everyone's experiencing. Like if you don't have the blood, if you're not part of the family, dude, I'd be surprised if anyone could make it to 60 years old.
Yo, but
Especially
that's what
living
I
in
was
California,
saying
where rent
earlier.
is 1800
there's a
for
60-year-old homeless
single
person who
bedroom
slept
apartment.
outside last night. Like everybody's making it 60. Like,
And
what are
to tell
you
you what, he probably is more happy than the person that's living in the mansion.
he might be, but he ain't
Real
got.
talk.
He might not have toes now. T.
All right, so okay,
I don't
for
want to be
example,
happy
this is
with
what I'm
no
talking
toes,
about.
bro. I'll cry in the
Huh?
Porsche. I will happily cry in
Yeah,
the
but
Porsche.
look, this is
all
what I'm
right?
talking about.
I ain't about to
This is
have
what
no
I'm
is
toes.
talking
about-
I ain't
Wait,
about to
true story.
experience the wilderness.
Ray-
True story.
I ain't living in the Arctic.
Ray
I
is
ain't getting
about
eaten
his
by a bear.
majesties.
But look, check this out though. Look, check this out. I have a homegirl that's right.
Got eaten by a
that's
bear.
dating. Well, no, she's dating. She's in the George Washington bloodline family.
Ooh.
Got you.
Right? And she was telling me how when they were sitting, look, that she was sitting at dinner, right? She's sitting at dinner, and every single one of them looked like this, talking shit about everybody else, but everybody like,
Yes, bro.
like
But
there's no
that's how those
happiness.
circles be.
Like, why? Why? Well, what's going on? You got
Exactly.
you got
Because
all
they're
this
trying
money.
to figure out
you
a
got
way to
all
get
this
that tinfoil hat off your
generational
head,
wealth.
T, so that they can get you to put a mask on your face for no reason. They're trying to figure out how to fuck your day up because they ain't got shit else to do.
Hey, look,
Exactly.
this is why I got it on.
Exactly. But yo,
Like, hey,
T is
mess me
on
up.
to
I got the
something.
antenna going, man.
Hey,
I'm getting the
hey,
downloads.
listen,
He's
T. You
on to
know
something,
why
and
they're
that's what I
mad?
was
You know why
saying,
they're
Ray.
mad? You know why they're mad? Because they ain't got no shores to roll up on now. That's why they mad. They won everything. I'd be mad too if I was at the tippy tip top. Like,
Bro, but you know what it is? It's just like we were saying about depression,
I mean, how
right?
can you be mad?
You go to the poor countries, and people are more happy than people here, and people here have everything. You know what I'm saying? So what we're basically trying to say,
That's
Ray,
true.
is that you got to have a balance, mind, body, soul. When you talk about material wealth, which is obviously important because we live in the material world, I'm not saying that money's not important, but these other things, the soul and the mind aspect are important as well. And you have a lot of these people in these high positions who got parasites of the mind, bro, and they're not good people and they don't have good hearts.
so
And
you
at the end of the day, yo,
so-
bro, I'm not trying to get all hippy dippy on it, but the reality is that we all live in a community, a culture, and if you have the people that in charge, they have crooked hearts, bro, it affects everybody.
Okay, and all I'm saying is, if that's the case, and that is your point, and that's the hill that you're standing on, Moy, then
I
it's
still
your
think
obligation. Then if you
no, I
can,
think you
then
need
if
money
you can,
so you
look,
can fight those
no,
people.
no. Let me finish talking. If that's your point, then that means that if you have the ability to, then you need to go be in charge, bruh.
Yes, I agree with that. But what I'm
Okay.
saying is
That's
that
all I'm
people
saying.
got to be in the
That's all I'm
consciousness.
saying is like if you're
Yes,
gonna
I
say that
agree.
because
I
you have
agree.
money,
Look,
you're a
I agree with
douchebag,
that.
then
I agree with that.
where
It's
are
like
the
Batman, Ray.
non-douchebags with money? That's all I'm
Ray,
saying. Play the
it's
game.
like Batman. Batman is a rich Sigma motherfucker who's battling evil. He got money and he's doing righteous things. So there needs to be more wealthy people. That's why I always say that it's dumb to hate on money because you need money to get things done. So there needs to be people with good hearts that have money so they can battle the evil.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying that there's a whole bunch of levels to that, and something that like what T is doing, teaching the youth and helping in that manner. There's a level of righteousness to that that is just as valuable as the millionaire doing the Bruce Wayne thing.
I mean, I agree. I just think it's from a community standpoint, like if you're at the bottom, the reason that the people are at the bottom is because they don't know how money works, and it's that simple. That's actually
Financial literacy. That is, and that's what I'm saying. That's why I always say you shouldn't hate on money.
So for me, well, it's not necessarily that it's about money because money is nothing but a tool. The issue
True,
is
exactly.
we live in a world where you don't know how to use the tools that everyone else is using. So this goes back to, oh, I'm going to just reform this game so that I can feel like I'm winning. I was talking about this at the beginning. People want to just get on these panels and argue and talk shit. And it's like, okay, like, what are your results? Like, what do you own? Like, what are you doing? Like, how are you moving forward? You don't have to make a lot of money to flip money. You don't have to make a lot of money to know how money works to be able to make some stuff. Like, I'm the only person who admittedly on these YouTube streets doesn't make six figures. Getting ready to buy another property, though. Like, what's your excuse?
No,
Like,
I don't think you
that's
should
all
have
I'm
an
saying is
excuse,
because
Ray.
I'm choosing to play the game. No one wants to play the game. Everybody wants to whittle themselves down into some corner and then go, well, we need to do this and these rich assholes. And it's like, okay, cool. Get in control of something then.
No, I think there needs to
Be the
be
asshole.
righteous, wealthy people that have to battle these rich assholes. That's the only way things are going to change. Because at the end of the day, you know, money at the end of the day is just a tool and a resources.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, if I can buy libraries and I can start foundations and I can do things to help the poor in Dominican Republic or whatever it is, man, you know what it is, man? Everything is an ideological war. The reality of the situation is everything is an ideological war, but those ideas have to be transferred into the physical world. And you need resources to do that. So
correct.
you know
That's
what
I'm saying. Like, no matter what
I'm
you're
all
doing, you have
about
to have
people making
resources.
money. I'm not anti-money. I'm not a communist. I'm not any. I'm for free market capitalism. What I'm saying is that there needs to be people who are more conscious in these leadership positions. That's all I'm saying.
Well, yeah, but you can't. The issue the problem here is this still rolls back to a pseudo victim mentality, because you're saying that the leaders need to have better, like you're still putting this on somebody else. The person at the top needs to change. You're walking into another man's house.
Wait a minute, Ray. Can we interject one sec? Someone wrote Batman's capitalism created half the monsters he
also
dealt with.
owned the
No, it wasn't.
hospital. I was gonna add to that he also owned the hospital that he sent them all to. Batman owned the hospital in the town.
True. His family owned the hospital, and didn't they own Arkham Asylum too?
I think so.
No, he didn't.
Villain, bro.
His family. No. Let's be real. And this is once again. Okay, and this is once again. This is why we have to demystify capitalism and demystify that just because you have money, you're evil. That's not the case. And if you know the Batman story, okay,
No.
his family actually helped a lot of people in Gotham and was doing more good things than the police department, and the police department was crooked. That's why it's still to this day, Batman and the police department be going at it. Because Batman's dad was doing a whole bunch of good things.
He said St. Elsewhere said Bruce Wayne enjoyed creating disparities in Gotham.
That's not true. Wayne Enterprises was not creating. Yo, you got to take into consideration, bro. First off, come on, man. Don't even start with me and Bruce Wayne. Come on, man. This is crazy.
You can't do this.
My man was an orphan.
Bro. He likes Batman. Leave him alone.
Come on, man. My man was an orphan, and his family did a lot of things, and his parents were killed by the Joker. What are you talking about? He didn't do anything fucked up.
He was killed by he had a stupid criminal name.
Family?
No, the Joker didn't kill his family. It was some random
the Joker didn't kill your life. It was some
alleyway.
It was some muggers though, right?
It was a mugger, but it was like a specific dude because he was like a character in the city. Like he was known. Hold on.
Yeah, he was known. He was known. I don't know if it was the Joker, but he was a villain.
Yes, he was. It was Joe Chill.
I like the
Batman criminal name.
The only thing,
Christian Bale,
okay, if you want to
that Batman, it's classic.
Yeah, facts. But no, because let's get to this point, because this is a very good point.
No, go ahead, man.
Wayne Enterprises, Wayne Enterprises, which is the family business, was not contributing to anything negative. And the moment that they did, when Bruce Wayne found out, he shut down the funding to those particular avenues that were negative. Some of the things that were certain technologies, right? Mr. Freeze, for example, got a hold of one of those Wayne Enterprises technologies, ended up doing some evil shit. But once again, all that stuff, man, those people are already evil, man. You can't blame Wayne Enterprises for that.
No, I wouldn't
But it
blame
goes to the
Wayne
point.
Enterprise for that at all.
It goes to the point that there are people with money who are doing good things, right? So I don't think we should have a blanket statement in the United States that just because you have money, you're an evil person, or just because you have money, you're a slave driver.
I don't think that you can get to.
Well,
So
I look at it like
is
this
the
too.
deal.
I look at it like
Oh, go. I'm just saying the wealth game at a certain level is war. There are casualties of war, man, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a blanket statement, but to say that those people do not have a certain level of killer instinct and are willing to do onto others to achieve their goal and to make sure that their idea is pushed forward over other ideas that could also be good or decent.
But that's what I said. Ideological. Everything is an ideological warfare.
Yeah,
but that's
100%. I mean, when a
than-
lion eats a deer, when a lion catches the gazelle out in the Serengeti and shit,
Mhm.
that's a terrible day for the fucking gazelle. It's a great day for the lion. Life
Yeah,
moves on.
okay.
That's what
Yes,
it is.
but what I'm saying is, first off, you're looking at it like everything has to be a win-lose situation, right? That's another thing that's fucked
Everything
up.
is a win-lose situation
No,
when
it's
it comes to
not,
resources.
bro. No,
when
it's
it comes
not.
to resources, yes, it is. We don't have
No,
enough
it's not.
resources.
No, but yes, we do, and there's definitely win-win situations, and business is no different.
Okay, so check this out. There are win-win situations, but the wins become different when you get to certain levels. When you have the
But
Koch
what do you
brothers
mean,
who
bro, you can still
literally
have win-wins. Just because you're looking at it from the spectrum, once again, you're naming all these fucking derelicts, these people who once again, bro, they may have money, but
can you give me an example of the billionaire who's just not done nobody dirty and is beyond reproach and just creates win-win situations for everyone?
you know what? I haven't checked the Forbes list in
You're
a
not
while.
going
I
to get
don't
to
know
that level without
every
making
billionaire.
Bro, like,
No,
I'm
that's
just
not
saying.
the case, bro. That's not the case. If somebody who owns the I don't know, the bean cans of the world, or some random industry, and she got mad guap, and you don't know about them, and they're not doing heinous things, bro. I've met people like that. Not everybody who's a billionaire who got mad money or comes from generational wealth, not all of them come from businesses that is like fucking
Like,
whatever, Boeing or some kind of, missiles or some shit. Right? There's plenty of businesses that are fine.
One of my clients is a billionaire, and his business is minimally invasive. It's an internet company.
Okay.
But you know what he did? He put the competition out of business. The motherfuckers ain't got jobs now. Like,
okay, but that's not what I'm
He
talking
won.
about,
Like-
bro. You know what I'm talking about? That's not moral degradation. That's not doing fucked up shit, bro. That's business.
You
That's business stuff.
can become a billionaire without moral degradation or doing fucked up shit. But I mean, the person who doesn't get to have an industry that has to watch you fucking win,
Okay,
while they're
but that's
starving, that to them you
Bro,
did
but
something fucked up.
Okay, I get that, but at the same token, there's somebody who's a billionaire and has done it from illegal organ harvesting or something crazy. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is, not all ways to make money have to be negative.
Moy, you still got both your kidneys, bro?
Yeah, I'm good. But
Where you live?
what I'm saying,
Trying to come up, man. Help me.
No, but look, Ray. There's what I'm saying is, if you look in the room wherever you are, everything is made by somebody, and probably it's a business, and they're probably whoever is the I don't know, ceramic cup person of the world or whatever it is. They're probably millionaires or billionaires, right? So when you think about it in that perspective, not every business, or just because you have money, it has to be dirty. I think that's a horrible misconception. And at least what I've seen in my own life, I've met plenty of people who've made money, a lot of money, from so-called negative ways. But at the same time, I've also met plenty of people who've made money from totally, let's say, positive businesses selling art supplies, or I can think of 100,000 other things.
Yeah, but who makes art supplies? Small
What do you
children.
mean? Germans, the Swiss, there's a whole bunch of great companies
And
that doing art supplies. What are you talking about?
in a sweatshop, and she's 5.
What do you mean? No, it's not. See, that's you.
It is. It is.
You're watching
That's
too
who makes
many of these
everything. I
movies.
don't believe it. There's
Nah.
no art supplies that aren't made by kids.
But not first off, not everything is made in China. Okay.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Okay. And when you're buying a $20 or $50 paintbrush, trust me, it was made in Switzerland. It
Man,
wasn't made in China.
You know the Moy, check this out. You want to hear the most disheartening shit ever?
Uh-oh.
So when I worked in Nebraska Furniture Mart, bro,
Uh-oh.
we had to assemble the stuff to get ready to go out to people's houses. So they bought this like really expensive dresser. I flipped this motherfucker over. I hear some knocking around in it. Get the box open. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? And so like
There was a kid in there?
No, better. So I open the box, I open it up, I'm getting the dress put together, and I keep hearing this knocking around while I'm putting the feet on the dresser. I'm like, what the hell?
Oh no.
I have to take the drawers out. As I'm taking the drawers out, there is a message, not in English, written in the back of this dresser, and I found a piece of rebarb with a rebarb cylinder tap welded to the top of it that was wrapped in leather that was child size.
What?
I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking. It had a little kid hammer, and like I kept it for like 1.5 years because I was like, and I.
So what was it basically? Like a little kit?
It was a kid's hammer. Like a child built that dresser before I put the feet on it, and then he left the hammer and a note in there that was probably asking
I got you. Because it came from another country.
It was before they had the Google Translate where you could just put the camera on it and it would translate it for you. So I don't know what the hell it said, but it probably said help in multiple different ways. And he left his hammer in there. Like, okay, I was like, dude, that kid probably lost a hand over that too, because like that was it looked like somebody took some time to weld that together. So
look, that's why I tell people buy made in America products, buy things, that are sourced. Well, what can I say?
What's going on? What's saying else? We're hitting the panel. Okay, so I got a hard cutoff at 10:30, guys. I got to be up early again for some overtime.
Oh, you must be going to fucking. You go to Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters, huh?
Hey, bro.
Fuck that shit. I'm with Wayne Enterprises all day, man.
You ain't right, bro.
Money, baby.
He said, let's get this money. You're out of your boot, right?
But I understand what Moy's saying. Say what?
I do too. I mean, well, actually, Saint, he gonna be rich, but he gonna do some dirty shit. I know it. I already know it. He ain't right.
My name's Saint. It's in the name.
You know what I think it is? I think that there's millionaires and billionaires that you don't hear about that make money off things that are good items. You just end up hearing about the people that made off, selling, missile contracts and shit like that. You hear about stuff like that.
Them good items was made by a child. It's not good. You just got to deal with it. Everything's tainted in this country. Like we are the cancer of the planet. If you use it here, hey, bro, this made by a kid probably.
I would agree. I wouldn't say tainted.
This
I wouldn't say tainted, Ray.
Probably made by a kid.
Crazy.
Made by a kid. I just
all about perspective.
It is made by little children. I don't care. I just consider them elves, and it's Christmas all the time in my house.
Look, but this sucks. This what sucks about everything, right? Is that I love inventors. I love the inventors that think outside of the box. Like you had the inventor Stan Mayer in the 80s that developed the water car. And then right now, and they poisoned that man. And then right now, we have the Zimbabwean right down in South Africa.
Oh, no, Moy was saying.
I said I heard about that dude who got killed, who made the water car.
Go ahead, T.
Yeah. This is crazy because with
Hold on, I didn't hear. They blocked what you said,
advancements,
T.
right? And to make life easier for everyone. Technology can help.
Exactly.
You feel me? So the guy in Zimbabwe is able to power a TV without using the electricity plug. Like he said he's
Yeah,
able to
but
grab
that's
the
what Tesla
radio
discovered because there's
frequencies
electricity
in
everywhere.
the air and
Hmm.
power. Yeah, it's
Bro,
everywhere. It's all in the air, right? And so
you
when you
already do it with
have
your Wi-Fi.
this lock, you've got all of these gate guards out here. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? All the gate guards are preventing great minds that could change the whole face of everything. And you
Exactly,
got them
Ray.
stopping it. This makes it extremely weird and difficult. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So this is how, to me, and I feel you, Ray. You know what I'm saying? There's winners and losers. You feel me? But when you got the winners cheating, they cheating.
Exactly.
Like you're
They're
absolutely,
cheating.
you're
And
blocking.
Ray,
Wow.
Because you want to keep making your money. You want to keep
Ray,
making your money,
real
but you're
free
gonna block
market
all of this
capitalism,
shit coming
you
in.
gotta let the
Oh,
other person do their
that's
thing.
beyond hate.
Yeah. Well, they don't want to lose their spot. But
What'd you say?
if you can power the TV off nothing, then like how come he ain't got the internet and he ain't on here rapping with us right now telling us how to do it?
Bro, you buggers.
Because they would
Right,
not
I'm
let
just
that
saying, if you
happen.
got free energy, then how come you can't get the
They would not
internet,
let that
bro?
happen.
Power a modem.
Bro,
Like, what are you?
bro, you know what's crazy about you, Ray? I'll tell you what's crazy about you, Ray. You don't take into consideration that some people may not have the certain dots, like you may not know how to fucking get your TV to work from thin air, just like he may not have the fucking financial literacy or know how to fucking be on this fucking podcast, bro.
No, Moy. He
Yes,
made free power so he could sit his ass down and beat
And you're
off the
absolutely right.
Skinamax. Like, that's the reality
bro.
of what happened
That's
because
not the
people are
reality.
gross.
First off, we're not talking about a single mother. That's not the reality. This is a dude.
I know it's a dude. So what do you think he's watching? C-SPAN? No. That dude's trying
Wait
to
a
look at a
minute.
kitty.
Let
Like,
me tell you something.
Time out. No.
This is not a Pookie. This is an inventor. This is
an
exactly
inventor
the
Pookie.
problem.
I'm with you, freestyle. I'm with you on that freestyle. Yeah.
Bro, this is a fucking,
Listen,
I heard
Saint,
about this kid.
Saint,
He's like a fucking
bro,
high
you're
school
looking at
kid,
titty
right?
right now for free. Shut up.
Bro, this is exactly what I'm talking about, Ray. And this is the problem in this country is that we have a lot of smart people like that, but the you know what? I'm gonna go a little bit into this too, right? Because I agree with T. There are certain systems that
Yeah.
don't allow for these very creative minds to get their things out because sometimes these things aren't profitable. There's certain
Agreed.
inventions that aren't
Yeah.
profitable, and then these companies say, "Hey, we don't want this technology to get out here."
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But does that mean that those dudes are not, let's say, to the same level, like let's say those millionaires who are able to get in through the gatekeeping?
Well, no. The system's gonna self-correct to protect itself. Like that's inherent. Like if you're at the top, you're gonna do whatever you can to stay up there. You're not gonna be like, oh, yep, we're gonna just usurp the system. I'll go be a peasant again. Fuck it. Like no one does that.
You know what that is, Ray? I'll tell you exactly what that is. And it's funny that you bring this stuff up because you always talk about abundance mentality, but
Yeah.
what you're talking about right now is a form of the opposite of abundance mentality because
No,
and that's why I'm saying these
it's
fucking
literally history. Every
No, it's
civilization
not,
that's
bro.
ever toppled its leadership, they had to take their heads
Because
and
they
set their
don't
shit on
think
fire.
about win-win situations, Ray. They don't think about win-win situations.
Tell me
and
about
they
the
don't
win-win
think,
revolution where they didn't
bro,
behead all
bro,
the leaderships.
bro.
They
If
didn't
it
like
can
what was
happen
going
on
on.
a small scale, bro. See, this is the problem. This is exactly the problem with the world. People think if it hasn't been done, it's not possible. Even the fucking stupid ass Henry Ford you were talking about earlier, bro. He
Yeah.
was chastised, and people made fun of him because what he did hadn't been done. So
Yeah, because
to
they
sit
didn't want to
here,
give up.
Wait.
But listen, the horse industry also tried to be like, yo, don't use that. We still got horses. Horses are dope. Like,
no, and because the roads, and they said we don't want to rebuild
yeah.
the roads.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well
They
now we
didn't
have
want to
cars.
build roads, is what it was.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, Ray, you got it. okay, what I'm saying is probably in the future, 5, 10, 20 years, the business will be win-win, and these businessmen or women who set themselves up this way, they will be more than billionaires. They will be the next trillionaires because win-win situations technically happen all the time in nature. A bee will take pollen and pollinate a flower, and all these different symbiotic things happen that are win-wins for everything. Okay,
And
just
then a
because some
bear comes and
grumpy ass
eats the
old man
beehive
can't
with the
think about
bees
it.
in it and gets the honey, and then the bear
But
wins.
but
And
the
that's
flowers,
the
no,
end
the
of the
flowers,
win-win situation.
no, it is a win-win, bro. The flowers get pollination and they get
Yeah,
to
but
spread to other
the bear
parts of the
eats the
world.
bees. The bear eats the bees too. He don't give a fuck.
Okay, whatever.
Why ain't they
I'm just
spreading?
saying. See, Ray, that's the
Why he
whole
needs the
point.
honey? The bear loves the
But
honey
no,
too.
no. What he's saying
Damn
is,
It's an
straight.
if the
ecosystem. You
bees
create that
No,
die,
whole
no, no, no,
let's
ecosystem.
no.
just
Look,
look.
I'm
If the
not
bees
saying that there
die,
can't be
the
win-wins.
whole
What
system is
I
done.
am saying is the system as it is, I can agree with you. It's not perfect. It definitely has a lot of room for improvement. We definitely have a lot of technology and resources and all sorts of stuff to make this way easier. But that would require a leveling of society. And the people at the top ain't trying to be next to you, Moy. They don't believe that you're equals.
Yeah,
And
but the thing
historically,
when it comes to invention is specifically talking about that. You don't have enough incentives in this country for people to invent because you have lobbyists, and a lot of times things that are good inventions get barred, don't
Mhm.
go through because they don't make money, and that's because of the lobbyists. But if you have ways where these inventors can get their things, and maybe if they get, I don't know, government subsidies or some kind of way where these inventions can still be get out there, because look, the military, right? The military has contracts and they have
Mhm.
inventions that get used on a daily basis. Like, for
Yep.
example, on aircraft carriers, right? They have a machine that takes all the humidity in the air and creates palatable water. Okay. So they have a
That
whole bunch
actually
of
just went to
technology that,
consumer use this year. That was
No
featured at
oh,
the
it did?
CES. It was featured at
Oh, that's what's
CES. They
up.
just made them available for consumer use this year. It's like
Oh, that's dope.
$20,000 for a unit. A unit.
But what I was going to say is that the military is an example of how they have a whole bunch of inventions that come out every year that's just used within their industry,
Mhm.
right? So what
Yeah.
I'm saying is, if our society comes up with a way where these inventions can still create some sort of profit within some sort of industry somehow, these inventors will be able to get their stuff out there and they won't get killed like the dude who had the water car.
Okay. Well, I mean, I can
Yeah,
agree with you on that. The
and
one
that's
the
sad.
one
That's sad. And they poisoned the Zimbabwe dude too. And that
Oh,
sucks.
they
They
did.
poisoned the
I didn't hear
Zimbabwe
about
dude because he
yeah, don't
smashed.
make a water car,
Yeah.
stupid.
He
Obviously, they're
smashed the
incentivizing you
second.
to not do it.
But see, that's the problem. But that's the problem. You know what I'm saying? Like, and this is why, like, hopefully, as time goes on, you feel me? Like, we've got to smash and protect those type of inventors. You see what I'm saying? Anyone that's really trying to make a difference and make humanity better, as for us, this is how the people have to get involved. Like you
it's
got to
true.
protect a person like this. You know what I'm
You got to
saying? He's
protect a person like that.
smashing the second law of thermodynamics in the science world. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's amazing how this brother has done this. You feel me? And hopefully, like I said, as time goes
Yo,
on, the
and
people
also, Ray,
will.
I gotta push back on what you said earlier too, because in this country there was a time where intellectualism was hailed, and scientists in the 40s, 50s, and even up into the mid 60s and early 70s, there was still, Americans were inventing things, and we weren't just knuckleheads doing entertainment.
Yeah, it was before they started putting in moats because they didn't want actual competition when we still had capitalism. You're right. I agree with you. I mean, I like I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying that on the historical trajectory of how things work out with actual humans in real life. Oh, snap. Hold up. Since it's the end of the show, we ain't doing intros. We just got to get people up in here. Oh, what's up, Orthodox? But
Howdy doody.
historically, what we're doing right now, this is the Colosseum. We are in Rome. Everyone's entertained and distracted. This is going a specific place. And
Come
what's
on,
already
man.
happened quite a few times.
You're such a
The exact same way that it's happening now, except
But you
for
know
now
what?
we don't have to
I say like
physically
this,
go
Ray.
to the Coliseum to get distracted. You pick up your phone and you look at this stupid screen and you whip your junk out and you look at a titty. Like,
what
Oh,
the
we got
fuck?
that certified.
yeah,
Straight.
that's
Good
what I
at that.
think.
We do
This
it.
country's going to get taken over. Everyone's going to disperse from Chicago that's invaded this country through the southern border, and you're all going to be beaten off looking at your fucking phones. That's what I think.
Nah, Ray, nah, bro. Nah, have you seen the latest happening?
Right, you're
What is
bugging.
it? What is it?
Confederacy 2 just dropped, dog.
What
Confederacy 2
Confederacy
just
Is
dropped.
that a video game?
No,
What's the
no.
Confederacy 2? Is that a video game?
Confederacy 2. No, dog. So
What-
Governor Abbott rolled up in his wheelchair, right, and fucking curve stomped Biden's big toe, and was like, "Fuck you, Biden. We're gonna put up razor wire." And then the Supreme Court was like, "From the top ropes, no, you ain't." And fucking Biden or Abbott was like, "Shooting," and fucking like did a donut around them, and then fucking beat the shit out of him with his wheelchair. And it was like fucking. Then next thing you know, every other governor started coming in with a steel chair, and now there's like 20 governors. Like, not only are you not gonna take those barbed wire or those razor wire fences down, we're deploying our National Guard to Texas.
Oh yeah,
That
yeah.
just-
I heard that. Like 26 other states are helping, right?
Yeah, and so the new roster just dropped. Yankees about to get fucked this time.
Is,
They are
is,
so
wait a second.
outnumbered.
No.
Is Kansas on the squad?
Yeah.
Who's helping?
Of course.
Yeah, you're a Confederate now, Gray. You get your gray
course.
uniform now in the mail. I got
Yeah,
you.
but I think that's good. And
Why
that's
That's
not?
the Missouri side. That's that Missouri side. Yeah.
Missouri, no, well, but Missouri ain't gonna send people down. Well, actually, Missouri might, because Missouri, the governor's hella
It was
Republican.
Missouri. Both Missouri and Kansas are on the list.
Hey, there we go.
Yeah, I can
You
see
get
it
it.
going
You get a
down.
gray too.
bro. They
Yeah,
supposedly
everybody
spread
gets to
them all
wear the
over
gray this
place.
time. It's based.
Orthodox, I love the wrestling reference though. Like that was the chef's kiss.
I was trying to do it better, but I couldn't figure out how to make the analogy work because I was munching on some carrots, and I'm like, man, these carrots are really good.
And right, for capitalism's sake, right? You know, Netflix just bought Raw. WWF.
What?
Oh, are they gonna make
what?
are they gonna make all the
Netflix
white
just
people
bought
black
that
now?
That's what's happening. That's what's happening, bro. So
Then we really won't be able to see John
Fucking
Cena.
Undertaker comes out, just a fucking big burly black dude. Boom. It's like, bro, what
Bro,
the fuck?
No, it's gonna hold on, wait a second.
what was his name? What was the big black? That was Head.
Taker's gonna become Big Dick Randy.
Bro, hold on. I'm gonna show y'all who the new Undertaker's gonna be, bro.
Oh,
Hold on.
they
a
always
second.
doing something crazy.
I got you, bro. Hold up. I got this for y'all. Wait a second.
Hey, Orthodox guy, would you go to Bruce Wayne's school
Bruh.
or Charles Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters?
Booyah. Hey, new Undertaker.
Is that a white woman with a big black hat?
Whoa.
This is
my
Beyonce
God.
with a big black hat.
Wow, who is that? Michelle Obama?
Whoa.
Bro.
Is this
What the
no, this
heck?
gotta be AI
be killed.
generated.
That's not AI generated.
Wow.
That's from her concert, bro. She been ready.
No, that's AI. That's AI. Look at the
That's
hat.
not
That's
AI.
AI.
That's not AI. That's
Not AI.
Nah, bro. She got that old school Pentecostal hat on. She finna pick up a rattlesnake right out the box. She like, Lord, the power of Christ compels you.
Bro,
I'm like,
she's gonna
bitch, if you
hit
don't
you with
put
the
that
Shaka Daka and then pin your ass.
she's gonna have that beehive come after y'all.
Hey, dude,
Bro.
hey, Ray, I didn't know. Ray, there's a video I seen. I didn't know you were doing wrestling, bro. You did wrestling, bro?
Uh-oh.
No.
Oh, hold up. Let me. Look. Give me a minute. I'm going to
I was
send
like,
you the
go
link,
find it.
right?
Like,
And then you gotta
like
show this,
if you
bro.
go crack
This
a
is
joke,
a classic,
joke.
reckless Ray. Look, bro, you gotta send.
Oh.
Watch. I'm gonna send you the link. Hold up.
Oh my
To,
god!
to answer your
Give me a
question before
minute.
they play the video, I don't know whose school I'd go to because, like, I really think it'd be cool to have an OP superpower, but at the same time, Bruce Wayne to like be able to kick a motherfucker in the big toe and their nuts and heart explodes at the same time would be great.
Nah, Bruce, you get more out because you could do the other one, but Bruce Wayne's, I mean, Dr. Xavier's school is a whole nother level. Like,
Yeah, but he got cucked by a bullet and got his legs taken away. So I mean, like, I don't know if I can respect him like that. No, Batman got his Batman got his back broken. It was like, I'm gonna climb out of a big
It came
hole
back.
just to flex.
I'm gonna climb out of a
Just to flex.
He's a
yes.
ninjutsu.
Yeah, but ninjutsu don't teach you how to use your legs after your back's been broken in half.
It teaches you how to crawl with your arms, though.
Yeah, I mean that may be true, but it required the arms and the legs to climb out the big hole, Ray. You had to do the double jump.
Stop saying climb out the big hole, please.
Bro, he climbed in the Big Bertha, bro. He fell in. It was like,
y'all ain't right.
Anybody see the
y'all
new?
seen Beetlejuice get the shit beat out of him behind stage at the wrestling shit?
What?
Word?
Yeah, hold on.
Wait, you're talking about Beetlejuice the midget or Beetlejuice?
Yeah, Beetlejuice the midget.
No way.
Shit.
Oh,
That's
hold on.
unfortunate.
Hold on. You ain't lived as a man until you saw Beetlejuice get the shit smacked out of him.
Wow.
What did he do?
Nothing.
It's wrestling.
Hey, bro, Saint. Did you see Leighton's post about?
Was it about wrestling?
No, it's just him with another white girl, bro.
Oh man, stop.
Wow.
I'm like, bro, why does this happen to me of all people? I'm always the one who sees it.
You always
wait. What did
I
you say?
like all the women, bro. All of them.
All the white women. He be mad as hell at white people, but he be dating all the white women, bro.
Oh, you the one to be dating the white woman?
Strategic.
No, that's kind of y'all. I mean, at this point, the white man has moved on to Asian women. This is a superior woman.
I did that happened like 5 years ago. Y'all did that a while ago.
I think everybody's moved on to Asian women.
Or the dogs. So the dude that I train that's as good as me at work, his girlfriend's Asian, and I was like, "Has anyone told you that you're living out every Whitnat's fantasy?"
No, it ain't every Wignat's fantasy. You just can't ask a Wignat the color of their girlfriend. You tell a Wignat, to preserve white people and to preserve the race, you have to sleep with white women.
Like we'd rather hybridize.
Louise.
Oh Lord. Okay.
Oh Lordy,
right.
Lord.
Yeah, you should play that Beetlejuice video.
Did you find this video? Because if not, we're gonna do final thoughts after I close it out with our video. I think I'm just gonna play this every episode until we either get a new administration or something changes. So,
yep.
See what I posted in the back chat? It's the Beetlejuice video.
Oh, you did post it back there. Hold on. We're gonna do this one too.
That's that shit bookmark, dog. It's fucking funny.
He said I got a bookmark. I'm ready.
Oh, what the fuck? Damn.
Bro, he smushed him like he was a dog.
Damn. Did he get a chair thrown on him?
Replay it.
I'm good.
That's almost as funny as the table flip. Not gonna lie.
Snap nut. What'd you call me? Snap nut. You know who you're talking to? Yeah, you. Snap nut.
That must have been set up. That must have been.
I mean, it's wrestling. Come, guys. You know what?
I mean,
even if it's not set up, it's still funny. Or even if it is set up, it's still funny as all shit.
Okay, so hold on. We gotta do this for all the Patriots.
You ready?
Yeah.
You're brave to say, and the fact that you stand up there and say it, and I appreciate it. I think we all appreciate it, actually, because there's not a lot of people that have the balls to do it. But I want to ask you something a little bit out of the ordinary. So prepare yourself. At this point, we're living under corporate and medical fascism. This is when
Facts.
do you use the guns? No, I'm not. That's not a joke. I'm not saying it like that. I mean, literally, where's the line? How many elections are they going to steal before we kill these people?
So no,
Oh man!
I have a fucking question, and he obfuscates.
Now I'm going to denounce that. I'm going to tell you why.
Base.
Because you're playing into all their plans, and they're trying to make you do this. That's okay. Just hear me out. You started with a compliment, so at least give me a little bit. They are trying to provoke you and everyone here. They are trying to make you do something that will be violent, that will justify a takeover of your freedoms and liberties, the likes of which we have never seen. We are close to have, hold on, we are close to have momentum to be able to get this country back on a trajectory using the peaceful means that we have at us. So to answer your question, and I just think it's, overly blunt, we have to be the ones that do not play into the violent aims and ambitions of the other side. They fear, let me say this very clearly, they fear us holding the line with self-control and discipline, taking over school board meetings. They're the ones that are willing to use federal force against us. And I know that people are fired up. We are living under fascism. We are living under this tyranny. But if you think for a second that they're not wanting you to all of a sudden get that next level where they're going to say, okay, we need Patriot Act 2.0. If you think that, Waco is bad, wait till you see what they want to do next. What I'm saying is that we have a very fragile balance right now at our current time where we must exhaust every single peaceful mean possible. I will say this, Idaho has not even started to exercise the peaceful means of state sovereignty against the federal government. Not even close. I'll give you 5 things Idaho could do right now. The governor of Idaho could sign an executive order that says there are no vaccine mandates for private, for public, for anyone. It's not going to happen. He could do that right now. Number 2, the governor of Idaho could come out and he could say, okay, BLM, Bureau of Land Management, EPA, you're out. We're governing our own lands. We're in control of our own territories. You're out of the state of Idaho. Number 3, Idaho could pick and choose through the state legislature which one of the federal laws they think actually apply to the Idaho Constitution. These things will push back against the tyranny you're talking about. A mistake would all of a sudden be getting into physical violent confrontation. You think that this regime has all of a sudden sprung into action? Wait until they get what they want. They want that. Why would we give that to them? Follow-up point?
I just want to know, where's the line?
The line is when we exhaust every single one of our state ability to push.
When we're all lined up against the wall and shot and not able to do anything.
We've not even started the process of having Idaho.
Well, that's the line with these people. They're cucks.
Get back to self-government.
They're literally. There was a Russian operation where they did the same shit, telling people the Tsar was going to come and save them.
8-1 here in this state. Why don't we start to use that muscle?
Because you know what happens when the state government does that. When the state government starts pushing back against the federal government. Civil War II happens, and the federal government comes in by force and takes your shit anyway.
Well, so my question is, well, then I guess we're going to see what plays out down in Texas then? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the Yellow Rose of Texas, hopefully. But Abbott's a conservative. So at the moment of truth, at the really defining moment, you know what he's going to do? For the sake of the nation, Goyim, I mean citizen, we're just going to stand down and let the federal government handle the border control as a sign of faith. Oy vey. I mean, fellow patriot.
They may not do that, man. They may go through.
Yeah, if mites grow on chicken.
So you're telling me that 23 states are going to send down their National Guard?
No, bad for business. Bad for business.
Well, but I mean, that's literally what we said.
It's a bunch of ooga booga. It's a bunch of ooga booga posturing. Until they put federal troops on the ground. Yeah, with their hands behind their back and arrest them. Well, it doesn't even have to be federal troops, just the border patrol, right? And it says, no, we will resist with force. We are calling up the state militia, which includes, a lot of you don't know, also includes the National Guard and the State Defense Force. Look up the State Defense Force. It is an actual military group that is for your state only.
Yeah.
That is a thing. A lot of people don't know it exists. When they call up those two groups and they are saying we are about to levy men and we are about to do what we have to do to protect our state sovereignty, then I'll believe it. But they're going. This is what conservatives do every goddamn time there's a problem. The conservatives don't want to fix the border. They want the cheap labor. They want to be able to fucking keep labor cheap.
I don't think we had a problem with cheap labor. No one's working.
Nah, they want cheap labor.
For what?
There's still a lot of construction.
The
and these
Ukraine
kind of things,
immigrants
man.
are working.
Yeah, construction's not cheap labor, boy. Like, construction's not cheap labor. It's literally the exact opposite. You know what they're paying illegal immigrants starting in concrete? 50 grand a year, because you dumbasses don't want to be outside.
Nah, bro.
Yeah, bro.
No, I agree with you. I'm not
I
saying-
work
I'm
in
not
the
saying
industry.
me. I'm saying
As many people that are out here struggling, Ray, I agree with you on 90% of things, right? But as many people as I know struggling, looking for a job, that are pumping in applications, white, black, and Hispanic, of native born of this country, and that can't find one, maybe where you're at is where it's happening, but where I'm at and everybody I know, that's not happening.
So you're
True.
telling me
I've heard
concrete
that.
workers where you're at are making minimum wage or less?
No, he's saying
If
people
they're
out here
lucky
trying
enough
to
to
get
have
jobs.
that
They're
job,
not
they're
doing
making
it.
they're making the wage, they're making $30. But I'm saying those places aren't hiring where I'm at.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's fair. I was about to say, I was like, you're like the math ain't mathing on that. Like, I know
if you have a
area
trade,
that I'm at isn't the most expensive in the nation. Matter of fact, you can still get houses for under $400,000 here that are in decent areas.
The only person that I know that says the same thing you're saying, well, doesn't say that, but says that there's a influx in trade jobs, is my friend from Texas. And that's because Texas was the epicenter of cheap labor, and then the Republicans started pushing back on it, and it left a fucking deficit for trade labor.
No, the reason that the Texas is the epicenter for getting good labor jobs is because it's booming. It's just like here. They're having rich ass people building custom homes, and those trades generally
everybody left California and went to Texas.
The reality of the situation is most trade laborers that they were paying $50K before COVID to illegals.
True.
To illegals.
Day labor's been making good money.
Like those people have, like, I'm just saying, like, I understand that people have their opinions on trade, but
wait. Then how come, and I'm going to ask you this, because I refute, man, I'm sorry, it's asinine to think people are struggling on the verge of starving, and I know a lot of people that are. To think that they're just not going to go out and work and take these as an opportunity.
People are literally not. People are starving here, my guy, and the jobs are here. They're electing to not do shit, and this is the conversation that we always have because they're like, I don't want to do that.
Well, I put myself in their shoes, and I'm willing to do anything. And you know how it was hard for me to find
work, though.
And that's why you have.
I mean, I can understand that you can be on some hard times, Orthodox, and you don't live in the greatest neighborhood, but your ass ain't never going to be homeless because you fucking work. There's a couple of factors. People do not want to go where the work is. One of the things that you always see immigrants do, especially the illegal ones, they'll come straight up here and go right to the work. Where do I need to go? Shit, pick me up and drop me off over there. Like, the issue is we live in a first world country, so there are plenty of people out here who are just going to do
Instagram and OnlyFans,
who are going to do whatever it is that they feel that they are entitled to do, and if they ever drop below that rung or that job becomes unavailable, they will just go homeless.
Yeah, but that's not working class people, bro.
That's not a lot of motherfuckers. That's not the majority of the people, and the majority of immigrants aren't coming.
Lawyers that are homeless,
bro.
Well, the thing is, like,
this is the thing that I've understood, and this is what they told me when I left my previous career to start in this career. People who work inside don't want to be outside normally. Like when I left, the one thing that they said, they were like, he's not going to make it a year. Like that job, you're exposed to the climates. He's been working in an office for 6 years. He's not going to be able to do that. That's what they thought, because that's literally the mindset. So like if you took away that job completely and they were like, yo, bro, all we got is something that's going to require you to be exposed to elements, those motherfuckers would be homeless.
Yeah, but you're basically saying the whole workforce you're saying is white
weak.
collar. That's not the case.
No,
There's
it's
I
mad
definitely not white collar.
understand that, but if you're dropping fries at McDonald's, you're
No,
still
no,
inside,
that
my
is a lot
guy.
of the case.
Like you're still inside. You're still inside.
My thing about it is the whole thing. The immigrants are coming here to work is also bullshit because they're not. There's been documented proof that there'll be NGOs go down there and basically tell people the streets are paved with fucking gold and you'll get welfare, you'll get this, that, and the third. Because it's either we don't want immigration because they don't work and they get welfare, or we want immigration because it's cheap labor. It can't be both.
No, a lot of times it don't work, bro.
Outlaw's even chimed in on this. He said there are cities in the U.S. that will pay $30K for a person to move there.
Where?
There's one here in Missouri.
Bruh.
It's
true. I remember. So check this out. Check this out. When Oklahoma was doing their revitalization, they were giving people $10,000 incentives to move there. When they were trying to bring specific industries into that area. The deal is this: people don't do y'all don't do your due diligence on any of the shit that you have access to, because like you I didn't know about the $30,000 one, but that doesn't surprise me considering what Oklahoma did, because they was giving people $10,000 to come be there for a year.
I'd have to see that and the requirements to believe that.
Well, it was specific to the job industry. You had to go down there and be productive. They weren't just saying like, "Come here." They don't want non-producers. We'll put it that way.
Okay, so if you if you didn't already have a trade education, you're automatically disqualified. Correct? If you already didn't have money in the bank, you're already disqualified. There you go. That's like 70% of the population.
If you don't fit what they need, but I mean, what's luck?
But that's right. That's 70% of the population.
But what is luck, my guy? When preparation meets opportunity, like this all rolls back to fucking choices. Like,
how are you going to be able to make the choice when you're in fucking high school to go to trade school or to do anything when you have no access to funds, when you have no access?
I mean, I took work release. I just went
and how old are you? I ain't trying to be a shitter.
Do they not have work release anymore? That's not part of the school.
No, they're not.
They really don't, bro. They don't.
They don't.
No shit.
They don't do that anymore.
They haven't had work release since the 90s. And if it was work release,
they had it in 2000. They had it up through 2002.
Okay,
let's see you in, bro. 2002. This motherfucker.
Hey, I know they had it at least 2 years in the 2000s. Like, it's
they don't have it.
And if it does exist,
real talk,
what are you doing? You're fast food flipping.
Real talk. It doesn't matter where Ray goes. It doesn't matter where Ray goes. Ray is always going to have a job. Look, I sent the link to you, Ray. Right? Did you see it? It's the Instagram one in the private chat. Look, I didn't know, bro. You should have told me. You know what I'm saying? You was doing it like this, bro. Woo! Ray, you a bad man. Ray, you gotta play it. Let him see it, Ray.
So y'all can come to the Kansas right now.
You a bad man, boy.
No, I hate you, bro. I got the ref with me too, bro.
Wow.
Yeah.
Ray,
who's the fucking midget you got with you? But she gave him head in the worst way.
Hey, that's pumpkin. That's pumpkin right there.
You said that's bumping.
I can't with you, bro.
I
cannot. That is ridiculous.
Hey, Ray, you the man.
That's the craziest
Ray,
thing I've ever seen. He kicked his midget girlfriend over. Y'all ain't right. Y'all are not right.
My point is
Notlaw said Alabama, West Virginia, Michigan, Indiana, Alaska, Baltimore, Minnesota, Vermont, Maine all have subsidies for people to move there.
Topeka, Kansas too. They give you 15.
Oh, and Topeka, Kansas.
Dude, I would not.
I know. The only one on that list I know for a fact is Alaska.
Bro, Okay,
I
so
would move to Vermont. No,
No.
way
You said
in
you
hell.
got to do your due diligence. The only one I know
98
for a fact.
right, you
is
do, but I'm
Alaska.
just saying, Not Lost ain't even from America, bro. So like, I was like, bro came up with like a whole ass list. I'm just saying.
See that?
I
That's
can
facts.
make
I'm
a
with you,
whole
Ray.
ass
I'm with
list.
you,
It
bro.
doesn't have to be factual. I love spreading misinformation.
Oh my god, that's ridiculous. But what I'm saying is,
British Columbia, Toronto.
Hey, listen. That is the poverty in you speaking, and I am rebuking it, bro. Like
I rebuke that devil.
Yeah, we ain't having that shit. Like
I ain't poor no more. I'm firmly middle class. I just bought a car.
What I'm saying is, maybe
There you
you should
go.
pretend like you walked 18,000 miles to get here and figure it the fuck out. That's all I'm saying.
Or maybe I could say, "Fuck this."
Climb
Get my
over the
gun.
fence in your yard and then climb back over the fence in your yard. Pretend like you just got there and you need money. Figure it out.
Stop glorifying illegal immigrant trade. Kick them out.
I'm just saying they hungry.
Yeah, stop going.
You were just saying something about there's something to be said about ingenuity and people.
Hey,
Come on,
bro,
bro.
if I walk
go get it
1,000
done.
miles to anywhere, bro, I'm a be hungry.
Bro.
That's all I'm saying.
Get out of here,
But they're
Ray.
not walking. They're subsidized all along the way, and there's proof of this.
Hey, if you
Facts.
subsidize me anywhere
Yeah,
where I
I'll
didn't
go,
speak the language,
Vermont.
I'm gonna be hungry, bro.
Oh gosh, here we go.
All I'm saying is, Ray,
No, but I feel
you
you, Ray.
lose
Push
your
to the shove.
opportunity because of these people.
Yeah. See, Natasha, that's the one that I was talking about. So the Tulsa one was for
Look at that.
digital workers, for people who worked remote.
And that's the thing. Like, that's great and all. Again, I ask you what these
Wait.
requirements are, because while they may offer these subsidies, it may be a requirement within there that makes it fucking null and void for like 99% of the population. Alaska is the only one.
There's a lot of
People
digital
aren't
workers.
willing to do shit, bro. That's all it is. Nobody.
I mean, the issue is, though, a lot of these opportunities are not here for Americans.
Ain't nobody trying to go to
will
Alaska.
you seek them out? It's will you seek them out?
Well, no, again, I'm putting myself in their shoes, and I would seek them out. I couldn't find them. I had to have Jay Rillo help me find a job because I didn't know it was existing. I'm not gonna lie about it. I was looking. I was asking everybody I knew if they were there.
You had to have somebody. You went and sought that out. You didn't give up.
No, I'm not going to give up. I don't. That's the thing, man.
Exactly.
I'm not going to buy this. That if my ass will not give up, I'm not going to buy that. The majority of people won't give up. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. That it is hard out here.
I feel like by the time you get outside, and you know what, I can get with you to a certain extent, because back when I was Ubering, I did meet a man who was homeless. He was on some hard times, and he broke it down to me. He's like, most people, he was like, the way they have their shit set up, they're 2 weeks away from being homeless. 2 bad weeks. Most people. This man who was homeless due to an injury that he sustained at work, 2 bad weeks, and a car issue, 2 bad weeks. Lost his house and was getting around. He was using the resources that were available, so he had the ability to get Ubers. This man did not look homeless. This man did not look like, he was like, I've been out here for a month or so. He was like, I'm getting ready to be able to go back to work. And he was like, once I get back working, I'm not going to be homeless. He was like, the issues that arose that put me in this position while I was injured were specific to that. Now, that said, people who are like him, which I would say that he probably has the same mentality you have, where he's like, yo, like bad times, like I'm going to figure this shit out, end up figuring it out one way or another. Even if you end up homeless, he was not navigating the way that these motherfuckers who are just out here are navigating.
But I refuse to believe that a bunch of people are just navigating the wrong way. And when I say a bunch, I mean over 30%. If you were to tell me that just some people are shitty, I'd believe you.
Most people are functionally retarded, my guy. Walking around.
I'm retarded. If they are doing if they are able to do
you just go to work, dude. Like,
but you're at least self-aware enough. You're at least self-aware enough to know you're retarded.
Yes.
They don't even know that.
Like these people live in windows, dude.
No, they don't even know that.
And so the issue is this, and this is the other crux of it. After you get so far gone, because like one of the things that was super random that happened over COVID specifically, because a bunch of people ended up homeless that caught that 2 weeks that wasn't expecting it. and I feel for them, but like they're just like you not built to play the game.
Ray's like Bud Light.
But
You don't
you
feel for him.
can't be out here
Ray don't
dirty,
feel for nobody.
blatantly been out here for months covered in shit talking about I need a job now. Like, no, bro, you needed a job when you first lost housing. That's when you needed a job. Like, now that you covered in filth and you smell bad, don't tell me about a job because you've been out here a minute.
I still had
I
that
mean,
phone on
well,
TikTok.
but no, I get your analogy,
Dude,
right?
I'd say this much.
What's
Ray's
going
a
on in there?
dictator.
I tell you this much: if I was homeless, the perfect place. If you're homeless, you're better off in Cali, Florida, and New York. New York might be too cold, but Florida,
New York,
Nah,
New
New
York
York
is not a good place.
Yo, why don't people go to the forest, bro? If I was homeless, I would go to the national park.
No, but
Yeah, because
Orthodox,
they will
they'll
hunt
kick
you
you
the
out. They
fuck.
won't let
They
you
will
be in
hunt you the fuck down and kick you out. That's why.
Yeah, they will kick
they'll
you out
kick
of
you out of the
national park.
forest.
Yeah, they will.
Yeah,
If you're in
the
national
national
park,
park,
they
yeah.
will find you and hunt you the fuck down and kick you out.
Are you serious?
Yes.
No
The
way.
Rangers
Dead
will
ass.
see a smoke from your
No.
fire.
Correct.
They will send
That is
fucking
correct.
helicopters, and when they find you, if you don't go to jail, you will get kicked the
real
fuck out.
shit. That's some real
That's
shit.
insane.
No, like here's my problem. Here's my only issue with you, Ray.
Bro,
You're
I'm going to the
You
forest.
are on
No
the
topic.
extreme aspect of if you got to figure it out, right? And I'm trying to tell you that maybe, just maybe, we should make trade schools mandatory instead of
Yes.
the college
Yes.
prep.
I'd agree
We
with that.
should
I'd agree with
we
that.
should invest in trade schools. We should make instead of having food stamps and welfare, you should get that for a short time, as long as as well as a list of places that are hiring, and within 6 months you need to be able to show that you're looking for a job. You should
Yeah, but I think
automatically get that food
I
stamps
think
and
they used
welfare,
to
but you
have
should show
that.
you're looking for work.
I think they used to have that. That's how it used to be.
Yeah, it used to more.
It needs to go back to that, because that my entire life it's always been, well, we'll bring in cheap labor. We'll make a lot of Americans unemployed or unwilling to work because of low wages.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll bring in all this fucking cheap labor, and we won't give it to the native, because like the native population in Britain, right, as shitty as immigration is over there, their trade unions will not cheat you if you're not British. They're allowed to. You're not allowed to do that as an American. In fact, American companies also, another thing that isn't talked about is American companies also get tax breaks for taking in more foreigners and more immigrants than native citizens. There is no tax break.
Yes.
They shouldn't do that. They should have incentives to take Americans. Like, duh.
But they don't, and it's not that Americans don't want to work. It's all these incentives to hire foreigners. That is the reason foreigners work.
He's right about that.
It is not like if you're and I'm not making it about race, but I'm gonna break it down, right? If you're non-white, you get a tax credit. If you're a woman, you get a tax credit. If you're an immigrant, you get a tax credit. Now, so that's the thing. That's an incentive. That's a tax credit. So much per individual for these people.
Yeah,
so
for the
if you're
companies that hire.
if you're a man and if you're white, it's hard to find a job. If you're a black man or a Hispanic man, it's harder to find a job.
Let's keep it a bean. If you're a man and you're white and you're
He was rolling.
Are you really gonna hit me with if you're white, you should be successful? Because there's always
no. I'm just saying I don't know a lot of really smart, skilled white men that don't have jobs right now. That's all I'm saying.
Well, that is a fair point. I believe in eugenics, and I'm gonna clean my own gene pool first.
Right. I'm not seeing. Now the thing that I will agree with you.
Let me go stir my food real quick.
Is those institutions and like these businesses? There are businesses that are blatantly biased in that regard. IKEA being one of them.
They do that, right?
Like
they give their
What's going on
incentives to the
spot?
foreign companies.
It's about the money.
Yeah.
But
well,
you know what? I'm happy that Orthodox guy did mention
bring up all the
that
spots. Go 5 pick again.
I really agree with that. Like,
yeah, I 100% agree with that. Like,
bro, the
working at a trade,
incentives
like,
should be for Americans.
The
in
issue
general.
is this: it's like this ebbs and flows. Like that's the way this works. The reason that we used to covet college degrees, and now we have a for-profit college system. Back to what Not Lost was saying about free public secondary school. I would love free public secondary school because it would get rid of all the dumbass basket weaving degrees.
What?
Like
Who's
it would get
doing
rid of them.
basket weaving?
It would get rid of them. You
Dude,
wouldn't
no,
be able to
no.
weave a basket, period, because we don't
Right.
need baskets weaved. Like it would
Right.
be
What the
pointless.
fuck is a
Here's the thing
basket
about-
weaving
I went to
degree?
college for electrical engineering, right? What do you
Right.
think the majority of my classes I had to do was?
Basket weaving.
Math, right?
Nope. No, math. Math's a good guess.
Yeah.
Math's a good guess. Wrong. Would you
What
think
was
it would
it?
be my engineering specific classes? Wrong.
Wrong.
I had to take 8 humanities class in the course of my 4-year degree.
Oh
Humanities.
yeah, man.
Oh,
I
yeah.
remember that in college. They make you take stupid classes. I had that
Do you
too.
know? But do you know what humanities amount to?
Stupid shit.
No, not even stupid shit. If I went in there and it was transsexual feminism was the first topic.
That's definitely
Then
stupid.
intersectionality and
Hold up.
homosexual
How long
theory.
ago was that? How many years ago was that? If you don't
That
mind?
was back in 2016.
Well, now
Oh,
you
you
just
know
go
how
in
That's
and dye your hair
crazy.
pink. So
They were just laying it out right there. That's why.
Yeah,
Oh, bro,
man, that's
they've
crazy
been just
stupid
laying
shit.
it out since like fucking 1990.
Damn, I'm so happy I dropped out.
and you
Like
wonder
no,
how we
I
got
literally
here.
I didn't get my degree because I missed a
shit.
test. I
But
missed a
that's why
test.
I
in
dropped
my-
out because of all that dumb shit.
I
knew
didn't
all
drop.
that dumb shit
I
was
didn't drop
stupid.
out. I missed a test for my English class, right? Because
Why?
I had been rendered homeless and I was looking for a place to stay so I could go and study. Now beforehand, mind you, you have to maintain a B to be an engineer.
Right.
The humanities teacher, I literally went ahead because I know thine enemy. I've been a white nationalist, been a nationalist all my life almost. I knew everything my enemy was going to want me to say. I knew all this fucking Jewish bullshit from the get-go. Sorry, Ray. I knew all of it from the get-go. I went ahead and named down everything in her syllabus, went ahead and did everything except for the projects. And at the end of the semester, this fucking whore told me that I could not pass because as a white man and as an open Nazi, I cannot understand the fucking material. No matter how much I say what they want to hear.
Wow. Wow.
So you literally went to school racist and experienced racism.
No. Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Biggest circular irony I've ever heard.
Here's the thing, Ray. This is before I was an open Nazi. This is what made me an open Nazi. This is back when I was a dumb conservative.
This is your villain origin story.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this is back when I was a dumb
Whoa.
Christian. This is back when I was a dumb Christian that said anybody can be anything and meritocracy matters.
Hey,
Didn't believe in
wow,
identity
dude,
politics.
it's the liberal white women ruin everything.
Yep, liberal
No,
white
this was
women,
a Jewish
feminism.
woman that made me into an open Nazi. I was like, maybe Adolf wasn't wrong. Maybe you do
He
need to
was
take a
he was
shower.
like, who didn't like you? I'm on that team.
No, I will say I was an open nationalist. That's why I'm open about that part, right? Because you can be a nationalist and not be a racist, right?
Okay, that's
You
fair.
can be a nationalist
true.
and care and understand about your nation. And I was a
That's true.
conservative
That's correct.
Christian. I believed in meritocracy. I believed in all that stupid gay shit, right? That just comes with with just the most boomer conservative takes ever, right? And because I was a white man and an open Nazi, I couldn't understand the material. And
Have
she
you ever
gave me
seen
an F.
American History X?
Yeah.
She gave you an F.
Exactly.
Yeah, she gave me an F. She gave me an F.
Damn,
I
bro.
went to the dean of the college and he said, look, you have to pass him. You have to pass him because he put the work in. The bitch gave me a D.
You know what? She probably
Damn.
didn't like American History
No.
X. She probably didn't like American History X.
Oh, no,
That was a
American
mad
History
good
X.
movie, man. That was a good
American
movie.
History X is
She
a
was
great
racist,
movie.
bro.
It literally proves why you should be a racist. Even if you stop hating black people, they'll still kill your little brother.
Damn.
Bro,
Damn.
no. His little brother
You heard it
was a
first. No, that's how
shithole,
they think.
and he got what
Yeah,
was
his
coming
little
to him.
brother was a shithole.
He literally, his little brother was the epitome of fuck around and found out, and he found out.
But you know what?
That's
So were the
true.
little shitheads in that movie.
So were the little shitheads, but what I'm saying is, if
They're
you
all
take
little
one
shitheads in that
shithead
movie.
and you go across the street to the other shitheads,
Other
and then the
shitheads,
shitheads
yeah.
do you in.
Yeah, but
Bro.
the point of the movie, right? I just imagine in my head canon, right, is the director is like, and this is why. You should always be a Nazi from the get-go. Never give up. Never surrender.
That's probably where it
Yeah,
came
you
from.
should
Yeah,
definitely
real
be a
life.
Nazi so you can go to jail and get buffed by one of your own.
Exactly. That's like the story you shouldn't follow. Talk about loser
That's what I got out of
mentality.
that.
That's
No,
the epiphany
he's
of
actually on the
loser
corporate wing.
mentality.
They
The
keep him on the
little
corporate wing.
brother
He's
is
more,
I
he's
was
more
like,
of a
I'm
recruiter.
not
This
going to
guy.
ever be
This guy's a
racist
recruiter
because
here.
they
This guy's
screw
a
each
recruiter.
other, and that's not what I want to do.
That's just the part to get it past Hollywood. They had to put that in there so
You're
they made
telling
them
me
look
that
just
American
bad
History
enough.
X had to do a nod to get their ESG rating?
Yeah, they're like, all right. We're gonna be pro-Nazi, but somebody's gonna have to get butt raped. All right, we'll make it the white guy. That way they'll be like, well, this is actually anti-Nazi, but we got it around him. You see?
I don't know if when they, bro, you go, bro. I think that actually happens because I don't know anybody who's gone to jail for any long period of time that didn't get got, basically.
Bro, I just feel I don't want to talk.
Oh, there's a lot of brothers that didn't get got.
All I say is, Orthodox guy. I think it's a great idea for people to learn trades.
Everyone
it
should
depends on
learn
where
trades.
you go.
Like real shit.
You don't want to go to prison. If you go to prison, you getting got.
It depends where you go. It depends what type of prison.
You want to be in there on a federal charge. That's the only way you not getting got.
Listen, if you do something like in that movie, if you do that, you definitely go into a prison where everything is racial and you fucked.
Guys, that sounds like
all prisons are racial.
Sounds like a bunch of poor people, guys. Sounds like a bunch of poor talk. Okay?
These are poor people. These are poor people. These are issues that I'm just poor enough to understand. But wealthy enough to not give a shit.
By the way, not all prisons are divided like that. Some white collar prisons are not like that.
Well, no, that's because they're white collar prisons. They got money.
Yeah.
Like it's
nice called Club Fed. It's called Club Fed.
And shit.
Go to federal prison. It's called Club Fed.
You know my hypothesis on that, Moy. I think most racism comes because it gets really hot.
Gets really hot? What do you mean?
You ever been down south? It gets so hot down there.
Yeah, but I've never been fucking when the air conditioner was off and be sweating my balls off, post nut clear. I just hate black people. I've never been like that. I get cut off in traffic when it's snowing outside up north. See the person's black and just start shouting the N-word. That's how racism happens.
No, it's not because when it's cold, you're not supposed to be outside. So you shouldn't see anyone.
How dare I have environment-related skin conditions because I'm not black? This is God oppressing me.
I hate it.
Even
you mean to tell me even God deals with affirmative action?
Orthodox guy, did you know? Did you know Orthodox guy? You know Orthodox guy.
What?
Real quick, Orthodox guy. Do you know that the owner of Pornhub is Jewish? Is a Jewish rabbi?
Yeah, yes, he is.
True.
Yes, he is. Have you seen pictures of the Pornhub office leaked? And all you've seen hanging from the ceiling was a bunch of Star Davids and menorah decorations.
Nuh-uh.
Yes.
No way.
Yes.
That's wild.
Black.
That is wild.
So this led an investigation, right, into porn companies. I think Blacked.com, Pornhub, XNXX.
Disproportionately owned by a certain
Pornhub.
Yeah, like the vast majority of them, especially the ones that promote race mixing and like animal sex, were owned by Jews.
That is correct. Yeah.
What do you mean promote animal sex?
Yeah, bro.
People fuck dogs and cats and animals.
Stop.
You asked. Don't ask.
Okay, I'm going to bed. Y'all
can't handle the answer to.
Come on, you guys are crazy. Why would you want to look at that?
Get us out of here. Nope. Everybody going to bed. We all going night-night now. We calling it. Y'all ridiculous. Orthodox guy, you a whole ass asshole. Jamal.
I don't know what it is. Hey, I don't know
why'd you do this? Why'd you incite
bro?
this? You got a notepad? You was taking notes?
Yes.
He got like a whole list of websites he about to look at, bro.
You should become a billionaire like Bruce Wayne so you can create disparities in your neighborhood and then use your money instead of creating programs, but creating more toys for yourself to go and solve those problems yourself.
Okay.
Yeah. Don't know why I was here, but get me out of here. Get me out of here.
I'm getting you out. Okay, Moy. Thank you for stopping through. See, look, y'all done embarrassed Ona Spot. Look at that. Look at the 3 faces that Ona Spot put up there. Y'all done made her blush, bro. You know, I try to have wholesome conversations over here. Y'all kept me up 30 minutes past my bedtime to talk about dogs. Y'all make me sick.
Oh, but you know what? I heard there was a dog pill. I heard it was like a thing, and yeah, white girls like to sleep with their dogs.
Oh my God, I hate it.
I heard that was like a thing.
T, stop laughing. Get him out of here. T, stop laughing. Stop laughing.
Okay.
You got the Mandrell. Don't even come up here, bro.
Oh, Mandrell, my man.
This is ridiculous. You see Mandrell's face? Y'all done. Mandrell grew a neck. He about to snap all y'all's arms off, bro. Like y'all. He coming in here like the real ultimate Terminator, bro. Y'all talking about dogs and T's just laughing. You feel good about yourself? Look at Mandrell's face and tell me you feel good about yourself, T. Go ahead. Look at him. Don't laugh. Don't laugh. You got a tinfoil hat on your head. Mandrell's down there, and you looking at him laughing at dogs. Y'all make me sick. You know, I'm just trying to be a good person, somebody that Mandrell will be happy to know. And every time he shows up, y'all talking about something ridiculous.
Yes, that's actually quite a stew. He's actually.
I didn't do it.
You laughed. You know when you laugh, it eggs them on.
Salutes, buddy. Salutes, buddy.
What's going on? What's going on, Z? Shout out to my girl On the Spot Live.
You got any final thoughts before I go to bed?
What was the subject? The loser mentality?
Yeah, man. You was on that show too.
I had a conversation about the loser mentality last night.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. I was about to start texting you, but I was like, I'm just going to sleep. I can't with this shit.
Holy shit, dude.
Yeah.
Good Lord. And for some reason, he thinks I have a problem with him. That's what it comes across to me. I'm just like, no, I'm actually.
It's just that he's smarter than you, Mandrell. You dumbass.
You're right. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Really?
Oh,
you could have full-time job paying full-time wages to collect unemployment, but you're smarter.
Listen. So that he would have more time to pontificate about how dumb you are.
Oh,
science, okay. Mandrell. Science.
Right.
He's got more time to use his brain.
He's got more time, yeah, and put himself on panels where none of those people respect him and they all look down on him. He doesn't acknowledge that, but he claims that I do, or thinks that I do. I don't understand. I'm the one warning him not to go to those places, and I'm warning him that those people look down on him. So the person warning you about it is the problem, but you're smarter than me.
Yes.
I don't understand it.
Well, Mandrell, I don't know if you're familiar with the Hadron Collider that they turned on, but we are actually in clown world. So the smart people are now dumb, and the dumb people are now smart. And the only one who can see both sides is T, because he's got a tinfoil hat on up there.
Right.
Yeah, that's it.
That's
it.
Yeah.
So the Z waves and the alpha waves don't affect him like that.
Correct.
No, I forgot. I'm fully protected.
Okay. Where do you get one of those gadgets, man? I want one of those gadgets.
Hey, I've got them for sale. This one's a large, and I got the small. Do you need the small?
Oh no, man! I got a big fucking head, man. So I'm gonna need an XL probably. I can't even hide, man. I can't even hide it, dude. Yeah, I do. I got a big fucking head, dude. So.
Hey, but Mandrell, did you see Reckless Ray's dancing bit? Did you see that?
No, I didn't.
Hold on.
You gotta show him the dancing bit. Yo, Ray can make it anywhere.
No, unlikely.
Yeah, you gotta see it. You gotta see it.
Hold up a second. Hold on. I'm on it, T. I'm on it. I'm doing this, and then I'm going to bed after Mandrell gives his final thoughts.
Yeah, that's it. Because he took his love and then took it to the ring It's amazing. Ray is my hero. Ray for president, 24. Hey, that's Bumpkin.
Oh, Chrissy Rivera, man, something to say about this.
Here you go. Classic movie.
Oh!
Bro.
I don't want to laugh.
We doing the break dancing.
I don't want to laugh.
Woo! That's classic Ray move right there, bro.
That's how I be treating him at the club, bro. I'll be like, you don't qualify.
Ray, hold on, Ray.
Oh,
for the sake of clarity.
Yeah.
That wasn't actually you, was
Ray,
it?
you're my hero.
No.
Ray, you're my hero.
Come on, bro.
Ray, if it was you, I'm telling you, man, listen, I would go to bed and sleep really well tonight. And I would wake up and I would pull out a notepad and write. I would be writing joke after joke after joke. I would literally work on material. And put on a whole stand-up comedy special on you for a whole hour of nothing but material just for you for doing that.
Dang, you go do a Cat Williams on me. You go on another show and be like, let me tell you about Reckless.
No, not that. I would actually work on a whole comedy set. I would write jokes, work on them. I would actually like shop them around and work on them with people. You know what I'm saying? Hey, was this funny? Was that funny? Yeah. Okay, good. Bruh, oh my God, I would lock and load.
Y'all are not right.
With jokes, if that was you. Stop.
With friends like these, who needs enemies?
Yes.
That's all I got to say.
Yes.
I can say the same thing for you if that were you in that video.
Right.
Look at this.
That's
why would you do this?
Hey, did they? I swear, he was doing it. He was
Isn't
doing
that the wrestling
kid and
equivalent of
play
wearing the
to
dress?
T, and then he finished with the James Brown.
Bro, right in the cooter.
Right.
Yeah. That's what you got to do. You got to kick them in there to assert dominance.
Oh shit, Ray.
So, but yeah, no, we were
like I said, shout out to my girl on the spot. She's cool, man. I am the single one. She's cool.
Yeah, on the spot's cool.
Ooh, she's sweet.
I mean, I don't know if she'll come back for another like 4 months now because they was talking about railing dogs. So
who's talking about that?
Yeah.
Them.
Yeah.
Why would they go talk about bestiality?
Because they don't have any type. Well, you know how it is when you just get the wrong people together in a science experiment and the chemicals start frothing over. It's that.
Yeah. Gotcha. But yeah. But I mean, I don't get it, man. I don't get it. The people out here, man. I keep telling people, I wasn't prepared for that. You know what? I am on the spot. I'm glad I missed that part.
Yeah.
I would not have been prepared for that either. That would have been one of the times you saw me on the panel. And I'm just not saying a word. I would have nothing to say. Tekken 8 came out to drop today, so I'm going to be doing that. And
you got. So you're not going to do Pal World?
What?
It's basically Pokemon with guns.
No, Pokemon is after my time, dude. I never got into Pokemon.
Yeah, but they have guns now, so.
Well, good. Hats off to them. I'm still not into it.
I haven't turned my Xbox on in forever.
I got PlayStation.
I might go download it just to see what it's about because I've seen like 8 articles on it.
I got PlayStation 5.
He said, Muslim guy said guns and slavery.
Guns and slavery.
Basically that. I mean, so, but yeah, no, I have my little thoughts. We were just talking about the loser mentality. I just don't like excuses. I just don't see how it's productive. And
no, what's wrong with me expressing myself?
As long as it's not an excuse, you can. Yeah, I was like, expressing yourself and excuses are 2 totally different things, though. Like, that's kind of the issue.
Oh! Just because I'm expressing myself, now I'm making excuses.
No, your lack of forward
No,
progress is
no, you're just
making
expressing
an
yourself.
excuse because you express yourself to cover up for the lack of forward progress and talk about
Let's see, Ray said, no. See, your lack of forward progress.
Yeah.
Is what, exact. Ray,
Yeah.
that's the only message I was trying to get through to him.
Yeah, and I mean,
don't let this slow you down or stop you from progressing in life.
Yes.
Yeah, this happened.
That's it.
Yeah, I get it. This happened to you. I'm sorry. The world sucks, dude, and it's very unforgiving when it comes to men. Why is it like that for men and not for women?
Because nobody gives a fuck. No one cares. Nobody cares. None of us care. Nobody cares.
It kind of is like that for women too. But
no, it's not. No, it's not. The reality of it is, if you're a good-looking woman, there's still hope that you can be saved by somebody else. Not me, but somebody else might save you.
Is it though?
It's not safe for them.
But as a man,
it's not safe for them.
Get to be homeless.
If you really fine, I'll say.
Yeah,
is it safe for them though?
Not men. Like, even if you're a good-looking man, like if you just completely suck, like eventually that gravy train's gonna run out, and you will be homeless. And then you won't look good anymore. And then nobody's coming to save you. Like, because no one cares. It's just what it is. Like,
I mean,
like if you're gonna sit here and say that like it's just that people who have that mentality will get on here and act like white people came and made them the situation that they were. And there's nothing that they did that put themselves in those positions at all. Like, it's just a white person came, they were like, I'm gonna pick you up, I'm gonna put you in prison. Yeah. Now I'm gonna take your job away, and you get to be where you're at.
What you don't understand is the white man did do that, brother. You blind. We're gonna wake you up. See, wait. Hold on. Go ahead. No, see, this brother is blind, and I have to wake him up. I gotta open his eyes, okay? The white man did do this to you, brother, and that's the white man's trick, okay? He did it. See, people like him, this dude.
Muslim guy, I did in fact do that.
Yes, he did. At least this cracker has a dignity to admit it, and you sitting right there laughing at it. You supposed to be kicking ass by now. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So what I'm saying is, until we rise as a people, we'll be running things.
Yes, I did it.
That's true. That's fact.
It was actually my idea. I said that we have to take all the jobs from black people.
Hold on. Here's what just happened, okay? What I just said, Ray, honestly, it hit me at the end when I said two drugs people doing things. It hit me right there. I was like, that made no fucking sense.
Yeah.
It wasn't supposed to, but it kind of confused me too. I was like, wait, what?
Well, no, but see, now you smart. Mandrell, now you smart. You awaken. You're an enlightened one now.
Am I though?
You get
what
it.
What if I told y'all I was black? Like, what if I sent you a picture of my arm and I was black?
Bro, I think you would break the internet.
Actually. Yeah, I wouldn't believe it. I would not believe him at all.
Like, I think if you cam up and you were just like this black dude, everybody would just lose their shit and die.
He would have to cam up like immediately.
It'd be like the inverse of that Dave Chappelle skit, except for it'd be all the black people on the panel, just their heads just exploding one at a time.
I'm like, hey, yo, you got to cam up, man. I don't know.
Dr. Umar Johnson sent me as a deep cover spy.
Bro,
white man.
Bro, like what if you cammed up and you were Umar Johnson?
Oh my god,
crazier, bro. Be like, stop talking about my school, and then you logged off.
I'd be like, how come you haven't built the school?
You'd be like, don't talk about it.
We don't mention it around here.
So, anyways, Mandrell, I told everybody they need to be more like you. I also told everyone that if our ancestors, because I think that the people that lean on this whole racism thing, it's come to my attention that the reason it makes me so upset is because of how disrespectful it is to the people that actually experience it.
How was it disrespectful?
Well, I'll tell you exactly how. So, for instance, if
we're going through the same thing right now as they went through. How was it disrespectful?
Because you read about it and got upset. So
you're telling me. So wait, okay. So you're telling me,
yes,
that just because somebody read in the book, they can't feel the same thing from that?
I mean, if you're a woman, yes,
they can.
No. Yeah, women do all the time.
but
It's
the
how
thing
they go to
about it-
sleep and wake up and be mad at you for cheating in their dream. Like, I understand.
What's that about?
Bro,
What is that
it's-
about? Oh my
yeah,
god!
some real shit. But
Shut up! Hold on.
Well,
On the spot, I'm actually impersonating someone. I'm not this out. She knows.
She knows.
She knows I'm not this. Yeah, she knows I'm not this.
When I first met you, you were so good at trolls. You fucking trolled me. I thought you were actually like that. Not even gonna lie. I was like, this motherfucker. I'm like, wait a minute. He
comes from a family of actors. His sister's on TV. Of course, he can pretend.
Exactly.
You remember? I think
Yes.
I met you on the on Snowman and Bumpkins.
Yeah, it was.
Mosh pit.
Yeah,
I was like, wait a minute, he's fucking with me.
Right. Like, yeah, I'm
Hold
so
up.
not. Yeah,
You didn't mean any of that? I'm so mad right now.
Because he thought he had a fight on his hands, man. He's like, this dude's fucking crazy. You know what I'm saying?
I thought I was gonna be able to act a fool and be retarded, and then I'm like, wait a minute.
He's
motherfucker. He's not serious. I need Shenard up here, goddamn.
You're not serious, of course not. He said that. I was like, wait, you're not? Are you serious? I said, of course not. And he's like, wait, what? I said, yeah. That was my honest reaction. He said, are you serious right now? I said, of course not.
Oh god, because I just gotten through.
He asked me a question. Yeah, he asked me a question, and in that instance, I was like, okay, it's an honest question. I can't lie to him. Had he not asked me that question, I'd have kept going on with it, Ray. He asked me the question. I was like, all right, I can't lie. I'm not gonna just flat out lie like that. You know what I'm saying?
You ain't right.
I have like Mandrell ever since because I thought it was the funniest fucking shit ever.
He was like, I'll troll you, but if you ask me if I'm trolling, I'll tell you I'm trolling.
Yeah, I mean, what are you gonna do, dude? I mean, you know what I'm saying? I was like, fuck, he asked. Fun's over.
Okay.
Man.
So final thoughts on we're leaving. Basically,
you did mention something, Ray. Yeah, you did mention something. Right. You did mention something. You did mention something about the racism thing, right? And all I will say.
No. What I was saying was it's disrespectful.
There was a lady
to the people
by the name.
Oh, go ahead. The lady by the name.
Her name was Frances Cress Welsing, and she in the 70s she went to Germany and asked the Germans, "What were you guys doing when Nazis was running amok?" And then the Germans said, "What the hell are you talking about? I've got bills, I've got rent, I've got family to raise, I've got insurance, I got to raise my children. I haven't got time to look at what the government is doing." And so when we fast forward, seems like the same play is going on, and I would leave it at that.
Okay, so I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna stand on this, and we're gonna talk about it all Black History Month. Probably I'll be repeated. It's gonna be my talking point. The reason that Ewan's getting upset about things that you read and acting like they happened to you, and then using them as excuses for why you suck, is I want to take you down a little path before we get up out of here. Imagine you are experiencing gratuitous racism. You picking cotton, getting your ass beat for free.
I'm white. Excuse me. I'm white. I don't have to.
Okay, so Orthodox is beating your ass because you now working for free. And he said you got to work harder.
Yeah.
And then at the end of your shift of probably 17 hours, sun up to sundown at minimum, all summer in the heat, you're singing your hymnals. They don't like it. Beating your ass. Chopping your toes off. You try to run away and shit. Namely the big one. And then they put you in your little hut. And then they give you your little thing of chitlins or whatever the hell they give you because whatever's left over, scraps.
Right.
And you're going through this and you're still somehow finding a way to bang a chick and make another person to also do this. And then that person has to do this as well. and then they bang a person and make another few people who also have to do this in hopes that at some point somebody won't have to do this. Now we fast forward to your crybaby ass, okay, who read about this happening to them, right? And then you're upset going, because this happened to them, I'm not going to be the best version of me because I'm going to be too busy complaining. Now, if I was any of the people who actually experienced racism that you're triggered by because you read about it in your lap of luxury, being able to bang white women, being able to go anywhere you want to go, being able to live anywhere you want to live, being able to own houses, being able to own cars, being able to own stocks, being able to start companies, being able to build companies, being able to travel internationally as you see fit, travel across this nation as you see fit, in the safest environment that you've ever been in as a human, in one of the safest countries you've ever been in as a human. Mm-hmm. Me personally, I would have walked out into that field. I would have taken a handful of that cotton, shoved it up my ass. I would have laid down in the mud and started eating dirt until I fucking died because it wouldn't have been worth it. That's the reason using it as an excuse is blatantly disrespectful. That just means you suck because everyone who came before you, every single fucking person had it worse. Every single one of them. Every last one of them. Nobody in your family genome before you had it better than you do. So your excuse blaming what happened to them for your lack of ability to get anything done with your life is disrespectful. Because the only way that you got to experience racism, unless words actually hurt your feelings that much, and then if you're a man, you might want to reach down and grab both your nuts and verify that you're a man. See what's going on down there? Because if words is all you dealt with, the only way that you experience racism in America in modern times are by decisions that you did yourself to wind up in the judicial system. Because they ain't just snatching niggas up and taking them in there to go see a judge and get him properly sentenced.
You crazy. They do that.
Yeah, okay. Well, maybe they do. Look,
I just did it yesterday.
Run faster. Run faster. They didn't give us legs for nothing.
I don't want to get in shape.
Hey, jump.
Wait, hold on. Wait. I was illegally arrested a few weeks ago. Does that mean I'm black now?
Yeah, that's why we're fat.
Yes.
Yes, shit.
Well, you might be.
Did you get handcuffed and thrown to the ground?
Unironically, yes, I did actually. Yeah, I did nothing wrong. They came to my house, illegally searched it, and was like, "You're going to jail." And I'm like, "I don't have anything." And they're like, "You're going to jail. Like you didn't find anything, and you don't have a warrant. You're going to jail." I'm like, "No, I'm not."
Twice
and
now. Keep talking.
They're like, "Bam!" I'm okay. They let me go like 13 hours later because I literally didn't have anything on me after they came back and searched my house while I wasn't home.
Did they diddle you while you were in there?
One guy did like turn your head and cough, had to squat down. I'm like, that's crazy.
Bro, did you look back at him while you did?
Yeah, I did. I looked back at him because hi.
You throw it back a little bit. You were like, "Hey, is this how Sexy Red do it?"
Oh no, bro! I was an asshole to every officer. Like I have a lawsuit now, so I might be getting wealthy from it.
Hey, dude, move to a different neighborhood where you ain't gotta.
Oh God, I'm gonna sell it. I'm gonna fucking fix this place up and then sell it to a developer. And then I'm gonna fucking buy me a nice house.
Yes, in a neighborhood where they're not blamming.
Oh,
dude, so our
the
new kid we just hired reminds me of you so much. Like I spent half the day just telling him to shut the fuck up. He live in a bad neighborhood too, and I'm like, "Why were you late?" And he was like, "Well." He came in and the other owner was like, why do you look tired? And he was like, "Well, I told Ray, but like when I was trying to go to sleep last night, as I was getting ready to pass out, there was a shooting outside of my house." was like, bro. I was like, you remind me of my friend from the internet so much.
Ray, what if I told you I am that guy?
I wouldn't be surprised. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised. I'd be like, well, you got a decent job now, bitch. Quick, bitch.
That was the job I was talking about.
I'd be like, yeah, but then your girlfriend's white, and I know that's not you.
Couldn't be.
Of course.
Okay, I'm going to bed, y'all. I'm gonna
text you about the dog deal now before you go to bed.
Dude, T, no, it was good rapping with you guys. I was about to say every night's fun. One of these nights I won't have to work Friday, so I can stay up late like we used to back in the good old days. But I gotta work in the morning, so I'm gonna kick everybody down. I'm gonna say my goodbyes, and I'm gonna get out. What up? Peace. Okay, it's just me. I got to say bye to everybody who came through. TBE Truckin', thank you for swinging through. Tez Defy, thank you for swinging through, coming up and rapping with me for a little bit. He was the first one to come up tonight. Natasha Vincent, as always, the show can't start till she gets here. Cody is king. My guy, Will Crypto, my crypto guy, sending you an email. Brent Henson, hopefully we'll be seeing you either tomorrow evening or Saturday evening. Travel One, thank you for swinging through. We did not bash on women tonight. You're welcome. Red Lipstick Vibes, thank you for swinging through. Much appreciated. Moy Freestyle Life, thank you for coming through. Frozen, new to the channel, thank you for swinging through. Appreciate you stopping through. Luwei, also first time seeing you, brother. Happy you stopped through. Thank you. Kevin Robinson, shout out, homie, family from over at Circa 84. Salute. T Wriggles B, rolled through with the tinfoil hat. I appreciate that. Mr. Youngblood City, thank you for rolling through. Grooming and Reviews 101, thank you for rolling through. The World Class, thank you for rolling through. Lawrence Rotano, thank you for rolling through. Not Lost 2, thank you for rolling through and dropping the facts. Not Lost knew all the cities or the states with cities that have incentives for people to move there. Craziness. Saint Elsewhere, thank you for rolling through. Ennis Luby, shout outs to you from across the pond, brother. Own a Spot Live, thank you for rocking out with us. And Muslim guy whose name is illegible unless you speak Arabic on the internet. Salutes. Peace. Double peace. I forgot. I didn't have the right thing up to click the button. Bye.